Let's see what compare will look like. Thanks, dude. Just listen to Katie for a moment. Wow, 2 of you at the same time. Morning. Well, evening to you, sir. Today's going to be an interesting one, talking about compare. Hence why I have my hands like this. We're comparing. I think it's raining or it's going to rain. So it's dark outside. Well, tell me if it's on. That's the problem. Sometimes I don't know if it's on, even if it is on. Like, is it working now? That's why I always do the mic test. Let's see. Yeah, now it's working. Yeah. So I was saying, we're comparing. I was listening to Katie, and I was saying good morning, and 2 of you at once. I'm just going to go quickly. Talking about value. And we're going to be talking about value a lot and comparing value, because that's going to be an interesting topic. To be a very interesting topic. First things first, I got to get my morning juices in. Okay, cool. That's good. I'm still that word. So for me, I'm still figuring out what the value is I bring to the world. I mean, I know what it is, and it's on a whole other level that can't be comprehended. That's why yesterday's video was comprehension. But what if that's not what people desire, right? This is why after I do the live streams, or when I'm done, I don't know. But all I know is I have to generate more value in the world. And not have to, I choose to. Let me just finish up her video.
Okay, so you will repel money, and this ties into being less. But when you're ruled by fear, you will stay very small in everything that you're being, in everything that you're doing, and then you will stay small in everything that you're having, including in your money.
Yeah, that's why I don't play small.
You have to start asking yourself, what would I do if I wasn't afraid? Who would I be if I wasn't afraid?
These are good questions.
And probably the scariest thing you'll ever do is what you find is you'll step forward, and as soon as you start doing it when you need it most, the fear descends, because your perception made fear in the first place. So the fear was only ever an illusion. And you can't be your, biggest, grandest, wealthiest expression of yourself by playing small and living in a box of fear.
Exactly.
It's not going to work. So I did feel the need to also mention that your most wealthy reality, your most wealthy self, is probably going to come from you getting outside of your comfort zone.
Yep.
And realizing that you
Got to get out of your comfort zone.
fear and
That's what I've been doing.
so you act
But I still have more to do.
by fear. What you realize then is that you are Fear is a illusion. Real
6,
power is not in harmful ways. So
7,
my last point, what is actually your fear
8,
is an illusion. When things are happening, it's
9.
not fear, and you're gonna realize the power behind it. And through that, really being your full expression, you can start to create, you can start to feel, you can feel something different. So when you have that full expression of what you want to have in terms of opportunities, in terms of connections, and in terms of wellness, that's actually really important. I hope it helped. I'll see you all next week.
Okay, thank you, Katie. She gave me some stuff to chew on for the walk. I'll get rolling in the talk shortly. There's gonna be some forgiveness talk as well in this chat today, so this is gonna be a good one. What the hell is this? Oh. Okay. $7:34. Not bad. Okay. Now I gotta fix my socks because my underlayer pants, my socks are too short to keep these tucked in. So I have to like fix it. That's the downer of small socks, ankle socks. Keeping these things tucked in. By the time I start walking, it's gonna start to like. Okay, Katie, thank you. That's done. That's done. Close that. That. And give my wife a kiss. Love you. Proud of you. Appreciate you. I'll see you later. Have an amazing day. I'm grateful, thankful, and blessed for you. And Luna, I'll see you soon. I'll see you very, very soon, babe. And then, love you, proud of you, grateful, thankful, and blessed, and appreciating you. Keep going, mister. Keep going, mister. Okay, now that we're done. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 5 degrees Celsius.
5 degrees Celsius. It's 5 degrees Celsius. And it's just gonna get colder in the mornings. We ain't gonna have double-digit mornings. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna use the bathroom and then we're gonna get going. All right. Yeah. Grab the umbrella, the jacket. Nope. Son of a bitch. Come on. Jacket. I'm going through the wrong sleeve. Or going through the wrong. There. the hell? There. Having like a difficult time this morning putting on a jacket. Crazy. Okay, let's put on our gloves. I feel like I'm discombobulated at the present moment, so I'm going to give myself a moment to just refocus and regroup. All right. Let's take off Wi-Fi. All right. Okay, Google, turn off light. All right. So, welcome to Compare. So I'm grateful for downloading that video that Katie released. I mean, I'm making sure that the videos that I really, really like, I download them from YouTube and keep them on my tablet so I can stay off of YouTube. Like, I don't really desire to be on YouTube because, like, we'll use the negative aspect of compare. So comparison, as we all know, is a thief of all joy, especially when we start comparing ourselves to anyone else. Like, I was talking about this yesterday with social media influencers, right? Like, they're already doing a thing, and like, you compare yourself to, like, well, they have a certain look and they have a certain like thing about them, right? And because of that, you start to compare yourself, and then you end up doing nothing, and then you feel even more shitty, right? But what you don't know, and what isn't in your sight, you cannot see, which means that you may not be aware, which means that they don't exist, right? So technically speaking, if you don't know something or you're not aware of something, that could be a good thing. Everything has a polarity to it, right? So like, you may not be aware of something. Oh, nice. Somebody pressed the light for me. Amazing. Yeah, so somebody might have said something and made you aware of something, but then like, you're now aware of it, or you saw somebody. Like, for example, imagine I never ran into Nero or Katie, right? There wouldn't be any comparison. Now, they've helped me in their own way. They've mirrored back because they're other versions of me, and seeing other versions of me doing the thing, it's pretty awesome. Seeing me doing me and doing other cool things is pretty awesome in its own right. But you know, when we start to compare ourselves like to like the Neros and to the Petes and the Katies and like the Tom Billius and the you know, this is the personal development stuff and spiritual stuff, or to like the Blue or to any of them, right? We start to put ourselves less because, like, unconsciously, or we start to feel envious or jealous of them. They have all the millions of subscribers, right? Now, you got to keep one thing in mind, that they themselves, right? They themselves, they're not better than you. They can't compare to you because you are your own comparison, and that you are in your own path. You're walking your own path. I'm walking my own path. They're walking their own path. Now, of course, when you start comparing yourself to yourself, this could be used in a both positive and negative aspect. When you start comparing yourself, that, you know, when you were a child and you were free and now you're just like nobody likes me and I'm this and that. Like, you're starting to compare your younger self to your older self. Or, you know, you can use that same thing and twist and be like, you know, I used to be very creative. Now, and if I was creative once, I can still be creative. The thing is, if you had it once before, right? That's still who you are. You didn't lose it. It just simply was buried under a bunch of trash, energetic trash. I'm attempting to keep some stuff in the forefront of my mind, what Katie said, because we were talking about money in that video. So I'm gonna do my best to keep some of that stuff in the forefront. So if I kind of like switch topics for a moment, which I normally do, don't mind it. I'll get back to what I was saying. But if you once had the thing before, right? You once had this ability that you've done, then that means you still have this ability. You still have this opportunity. You still have this thing. Like, you haven't lost it. Like, for example, I used to start lifting weights in my teenage years. I had 20-pound dumbbells. They were cast iron ones, but they disappeared. They were like silver, and I lost them. Like, I don't know where they went. It was in my previous home, the previous house that parents lived in, and it just disappeared. And it couldn't be found. I'm like, what the fuck? Where did my dumbbells go? Right? And then I was like, okay, that's interesting. Then, you know, after a while, I stopped exercising because I would go to school and, you know, we had weightlifting class. I had that in grade 12, right? That was an actual class. Could you imagine having you know, being like gym class being a course in itself. Like, that's funny. And lifting weights was part of its class in itself. I was pretty strong. I was starting to lift like 40 and 50 pound dumbbells at like 17, 18. Now, of course, I didn't stay consistent because I didn't have my dumbbells, and then I stopped moving my body. But here we are in 2025, and I'm moving my body. So does that mean that, like, once, you know, if I didn't lift weights when I was younger, I can't lift weights now? Of course not. Now, that's the other thing too. If you've never done something before, that doesn't mean you can't do it. That's where you got to push yourself out of the comfort zone, right? Maybe some of you desire to actually live stream. Maybe some of you want to talk to more people around the world. I'm an expert in that now. I'm a really good expert in that. Because I've got to speak to at least over 100,000 different people. 200,000 really, since the beginning of this journey. You know, even if no one's really watching, like, at the end of the day, I get like at least 50 views or 33 views. That's 33 different eyeballs. Unless it's the same people coming on 33 different times throughout my stream. That's different. But I'm making the presumption that it's 33 different eyeballs seeing the content. And that if someone sees it, right? Good job. If someone sees the content for the first time, or like they see it again and again and again, then they, you know, it doesn't count as another view. So I take it as the assumption that the views are based on, one new person seeing it all the time. So that's 33 people. So you take those numbers over a sustained period, like, you know, some were 150, some were like 200, some were 40, some were like 4,000. One day I had over 7,000 views. In less than like 2 weeks, I had over 100,000 views. It was pretty awesome. And here's the thing, like, you can compare yourself with your previous self, saying you're not this anymore, you're not that anymore, or you can compare yourself to say that, like, yes, I may have been that, and you can still be that again. Morning. You have the opportunity in every present moment. So yes, comparison is the thief of all joy, but comparison is also very, very helpful because you can use it to your advantage. I mentioned yesterday, and I'll mention again, my ex-wife left me with a very valuable lesson. Comparison, everything is known in comparison, right? How can you gauge yourself if you haven't have comparison with yourself? That you know you've grown and evolved. Like, if I look at my previous stuff that I've created and I brought forth into the world, like, there's a vast difference between that version of me and the version of me now. There's still some things that are still lingering, and I'm going to start addressing that now. That has to be shifted, like seeing the value of myself. I know Soul Fan says I choose my own value. That's awesome, as you should. But that word value, again, I've talked about it before. It's very, very interesting, right? You can say part of me Even though I know how magnetic and powerful I really am, there's a part of me that doesn't understand even the value that I really bring to the world, because I'm like, well, if things are so valuable, then why hasn't been more people seen my stuff? I don't want to make content because content for me is annoying. But then there's some resistance there, right? Having to make content, but like, it doesn't bring me joy to make videos like I used to. I don't find the joy in making content. So like, how else am I gonna bring value? I'm not gonna work for someone else, that's for damn sure, right? So I'm addressing some stuff right now for myself, right? Well, how are the uber rich people or people who are making money in the world making money? They're generating a certain level of value. Everyone has value to offer to the world, and they have their own unique value to share with the world. I know that my value in the world is to bring awareness to a lot of things that a lot of people are not aware of. That's a pretty big, valuable thing. In fact, it's probably the most valuable thing on the planet. Bringing awareness to things that others simply have not brought awareness to. Making you aware of things that you would have never thought to be aware of. Like how reality actually works. Or like how your mind is either your greatest ally or your worst enemy. We all know about the mind, but I'm here to share that, reality is like a paradox. Bringing the awareness that everything is a paradox. It's a contradiction. And that you can start rewiring yourself with like words, and not empty words, but words and associations and feeling alignment and feeling associations. And like for me, so now I'm going to talk about forgiveness for a moment. I forgive any past thing that me and money had. Katie was like talking about the relationship with money. What's your relationship with money? Do you have a grudge with it? Do you hate it? Right? Are you upset with it? Do you see money as a friend? And of course, my association to the word friend has been betrayal. So like, relationship also had, heavy connotations to it, right? For me, like relationships. So this is how you can compare your words and your alignment. Like before I jumped into any relationship, like with like romantic or friendship, it's always been littered with heartbreak and betrayal. So I kind of like keep people at bay, keep them enough, like close enough, but still keep them at a distance, like that they can't get fully attached to me, or they can't get into my way, because like, it's better to keep people from a distance, right? So there's a whole bunch of stuff that are intertwined with each other. And if you dismantle it and become aware of it and bring this shit into awareness, you can deal with it. That's what I'm doing right now. So that looks beautiful, by the way. I like that. So let's go, and it's fascinating that the hockey boards are out. The ice isn't there though. It's too early for the ice. They'll probably start putting ice out in maybe mid-November or early November. Technically, if San Diego is able to have ice in summertime outside at the beach, then they can easily have ice Let's go. So, you know, the universe has granted me some time to get this shit done. Now, of course, you know, there's a reason why I felt drawn to download those videos. To be aware. It's a reminder. But I must start to see relationships as loving and caring. And if I see relationship as loving and caring, then I start magnetizing loving and caring instead of heartbreak and betrayal. I start to magnetize more opportunities because there's a relationship with money, right? And even having the word money, like what is the word associations to money? And Katie addressed it like being different, feeling alone, you know, being a single bachelor for the rest of your life because you're considered different from the rest of the society. You can't be relatable, right? And you see how this all can be tied into comparison. Because you can start comparing like other people who have made money or who has lots of money, who are rich and successful, but some of them are alone. They're actually more miserable, right? The other thing too is like when you do less, you have less. And you didn't come here to play small because playing small makes you play less. And like I have to be around people who are playing full out. However, I desire to be around people who are being real though. Not these rah Tony Robbins bullshit, like fake ass, like nonsensical bullshit people who are pretending to be something or not. And I'm grateful for Olga for a moment because, you know, she, not that I like to mention any of her stuff, but like, you know, she had mentioned something to me about a group of ladies, how they're too much into their blah, 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 posting every day, you know, and all this stuff on Facebook, and it's like really fucking annoying. Good morning.
Good morning.
Right? And they keep posting, and like, yeah. Morning, sister.
Morning, how are you?
Excellent, yourself? Another chilly day.
Yeah.
Yeah. You too. Have a great one. You too. And like they keep posting on and they keep sharing their like stuff, and hey, I'm all for people sharing their value and like their stuff on like social, but like when it comes to a point where it feels like that's all you do and you're like this rah sis goomba bullshit, like Tony Robbins kind of hype ass energy that feels fake as fuck, right? Like, you know, I'm at the point like, why even bother doing all that nonsense personally? Now, of course, there could be a deep-seated belief of like, I shouldn't sell my value, shouldn't share, like for example, as an energetic practitioner, you know, there's part of like, we shouldn't sell these energy because like, you know, you'll feel guilty for, you know, sharing your value of like, you're an energetic healer or a practitioner and, you know, this is free to everybody. So why should you charge, right? Like there could be a deep-seated underlying thing, and I'm aware of it. See, I'm bringing stuff into awareness, but then it's not enough to know. You have to then deal with the feelings that are associated, because knowing is not enough. I once upon a time said knowing was one of the most powerful things, and yes, in certain aspects, knowing is really powerful. However, it is not enough. Knowing is not enough. Because you can know something, but that doesn't mean you're going to take action on it or deal with it. You know that you have to let go of the feeling associations of, like, you know, regret, or feeling associations to relationships, or feeling associations to money that is negative. You know you have to do that, but you still choose not to, because it's just easier for you to just, you know what, I'm gonna play small, I'm gonna play like not full out. Money, you know, it's not everything. You know, there's that saying, money isn't everything. But here's the thing. It may not be everything, but it sure as hell can bring you everything. But that's not true. It can't bring you a relationship. It can't bring you happiness. No, it can't. That comes from within, of course. However, it can definitely open up opportunities that could potentially then bring you a partner, a relationship that you may or may not have been able to have if you didn't have that resource, right? Because otherwise you'd just be sitting at home and wishing and praying and hoping that they would show up without taking action. There's a bunch of underlying stuff that you have to be aware of. So, like, there's all kinds of things that, you know, when you're not aware of it, how can you deal with it, right? Like I said, sometimes being unaware of stuff is a good thing, but other times, like, it is important to be aware of things. Good morning. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. Right? It's important to be aware of things, because if you're not aware of certain things that are holding you back, then how can you deal with it, right? But when you become aware and now you have to deal with it, knowing is not enough. Because, like, you can know something, but that doesn't mean that you're going to deal with it, right? And, you know, my value in the world is to bring awareness to a lot of things that simply are forgotten, that a lot of people forget to deal with. And that's a very valuable thing. I'm also here to bring value out of other people who forgot what their value is. That in itself is like a paradox. How can you be helping somebody when you don't even know what you're doing? Well, I know what I'm doing because I know the value of what I'm bringing to the world. Right? Value is very subjective, right? Like, you have the value inside of you. There's a version of you that has everything. There's a version of you that it has dealt with everything, that knows everything, and is everything. There's a version of you who has been able to master the fullest of expression of yourself. The thing is, you may not believe that. So that's what I came here to do. My words are not coming out at the present moment. So I'm going to give myself a moment. I came here to bring awareness to you of the awareness that you are. The value that you have to offer to the world. When once upon a time when I thought I had no value, and even as a third dimensional, mind is attempting to say I have no value and what's my value and keep me stuck and playing confusing. I know my value. My value is to help other people get clarity, bring awareness, bring the value so they can live their greatest life. So they too can go out in the world and do what they came here to do. That entails to have a little bit more courage, more bravery, more emotional intelligence, more financial literacy, more situational awareness, all kinds of stuff, right? That's the value that I bring to the world. Now, for me to, again, deal with some of the words like relationships and money, like for me, money is my own natural energy yield, but like your energy yield can be extremely magnetic or extremely repellent. I will have to admit that mine has been a little bit repellent and own it. But now I can deal with it. And how do I deal with it? By not entertaining things anymore and shifting and showing the power on how to do it. Now, Katie mentioned something else which I'm going to bring into the forefront of my mind now, into the mind that is residing with this body. I don't like identifying with as my mind, because it's not my mind. Nothing belongs to me. There is no technically me either, because I'm not real. I'm an illusion. Is that, when you're serving, are you serving to get something, or are you serving to actually serve? And I have to keep reminding myself that when I'm doing these live streams, I'm not doing it for me, I'm doing it for you all. And making sure that I give it my all and do my very best and always be at my best. Always doing my best, no matter what. Let's see. We're gonna go straight. Always doing my best, no matter what. And keep doing my best, always. Oh. Just kind of keeping an eye on what's going on in the area. Okay. So, bringing stuff into awareness, that's what other people basically do. This is why I say nobody's a teacher, everybody's a mirror. Everybody mirrors back and brings things into awareness. Like Katie brought some stuff into my awareness this morning through what she shared, because she herself went through it, right? She's another version of me who has done a lot of the deep inner work, and I can tell. That's why I resonate with her. Not because she's cute, not because she's a white girl, not because of that. She has a relationship, and I see her as a sister, and I don't see her in that romantic context. I see her as another version of me, like Nero, from a female aspect, because I hadn't run into a female version yet of Nero. She'd be the closest thing to the female version of Nero. Nero has basically set the precedent. He set the bar for a lot of things. That's why when I look at other people and what they share, they have their value and they're bringing their value to the world. But some I resonate with, some I don't. Yesterday, there was Sadaf. She knows what she's talking about too. She went through her hardship, right? There's a lot of people who have done a lot of things and you don't know what they've been through. Like Sadaf, she shared that, she got divorced, she got married at 16. She divorced at I think 18 or 19. She ran away. She had no family, no mom, no dad, nothing to support her. She was on her own by herself. And it's only years later she started, you know, making success, right? Because she started to change things inside of her and be aware of things. But just because she was aware, it didn't just happen overnight. It could, technically, but like there's a germination period on the planet where, because it takes some human time for things to unfold, you know, for me specifically, like there's a germination period. I planted seeds. Now I have to continue to water those seeds with my frequency by being in alignment and not keep dipping in and out. But, you know, it's also making sure that the seeds I planted aren't in contradiction to what I desire to have. Because, like, here's the thing about that. You can have those seeds, but you can be uprooting those seeds without you even knowing if there's like contradiction. Something's on my like shoe. Get off my shoe. Get off my shoe. Right? So like the thing is, you these seeds that you planted, right? These seeds could be very powerful, magnetic, but then the problem is the seeds in itself, they unfortunately are being uprooted because there's some contradiction with the seeds. Like, you know you desire to be rich and you feel it, but then there's a negative association to money. Like the relationship with it is like it's bad. Like every time you've held it, you've like let it go. You spent it, and because you spent it, and you know, you never seem to be able to have enough and hold enough, right? You then end up like sabotaging money, and then it disappears, right? So there's all kinds of stuff, like knowing the associations to like things. So like for me, knowing the associations is one thing, but it's a whole other thing to deal with it. So like, for example, I'm now starting to deal with, see, she just said money. I'm starting to deal with relationships and responsibilities because intrinsically they're all intertwined with each other. I am gonna go straight. Right, like money and relationships and responsibility. Those three words are all intertwined and interwoven together. So like if one of those words, right, for example, relationships, hard, annoying, difficult, frustrating, heartbreaking, betrayal, right? If that's what relationship is for you, right, then you'll push away all types of relationship. And it doesn't have to be with people. It can be relationship to opportunities as well. It could be relationships to money. It could be relationships to being an entrepreneur. It could be a relationship to business, right? It could be all kinds of associations. Normally we walk on that side, but that car was crossing, so I felt called to like walk this side. I mean, there's all kinds of associations. The skeletons. Look at all these skeletons. Wow, cool. That's the dude over there who was wearing the like the Roman Reigns. No, he was wearing a WWE t-shirt, a wrestling t-shirt, and I'm like, hey, I see Mr. WWE star. But he was like, you know, because I'm one to kind of like say something out loud now. I don't hold back, because like, if it's making you uncomfortable, that's something on you. I'm not here to make people feel uncomfortable on purpose, right? But if you're uncomfortable about something, that clearly means that there's something that you must deal with, right? Me sharing things and you feeling uncomfortable about something, that means that you must deal with your uncomfortability. Because why are you uncomfortable? All right? Okay. We're about to get to the trail. We lost a few steps because, you know, there's more steps going around that way. But it's okay. We'll gain back some of those steps later on. Morning. Here we go, down in the trail. That tree, that red one now, well, it once was green, it's almost bare. Not fully, but it will be bare. By the time Halloween hits, I guarantee that tree will be absolutely bare. It's so funny though, how the seasons changed. So it felt like instantaneous. Like all the leaves in there. And it's funny how, you know, during the spring and summer, those leaves are not really there. They turn into like, they kind of go around soil. And then it just repeats itself again. Like the birds are gonna start to disappear. Look at this tree. It's almost like bare. Poor tree. I know the internet down here is very, very janky. I just had 77% on the battery. Now I'm at 71. That's crazy. The battery gets used up more based on the internet connection. I became aware of that recently. So if the internet's like terrible, it'll use more battery. If the internet's good, then battery doesn't get used up as much. It's weird like that. It's 8:22. So back to what I was saying. So like, you know, all these things that I'm sharing is comparing like, you know, what's your relationship with like money versus comparing it to, you know, people, comparing to business, right? Like if your associations to words, right, are holding you back, then guess what else is going to hold you back in? It's going to hold you back in a lot of parts of life. And if you attempt to shift one but not the other, then, you know, your word associations have to be in alignment, right? So like, remember, relationships, like, or responsibility can be tied to multiple things. For example, money. You might have a different word association to the word responsibility to money than you do to relationships. but they can be the same, right? That's why I said there's polarity in words. Everything can be used for or against you, in your highest good or in not your highest good. It all comes down to your word associations and what these words are doing in your life. So like for me, I must tackle relationships, responsibility, value, and money. Because in order for me to bring forth more, I must remove some things that are still potentially lingering. Now, of course, I can just snap my finger away and say it's all gone. And I can definitely do that because I have that power. I simply won't give it mental energy anymore. But I have to bring it into my conscious awareness to then go really deep and feel these things extremely true and remove it from the subconscious. Because the subconscious, remember, it doesn't matter if you want to be rich. You can be consciously rich, but if you subconsciously feel that money is hard, or it's annoying, or it's too much pressure, like pressure to perform, and it's really difficult to flow to you, then you will push it away 100% of the time. It's going to take the most deepest feeling and run with that. So if your deepest feeling towards money is hard in comparison to it being easy with your conscious mind, so you're comparing your conscious to your subconscious, because you logically know that you are rich. You logically know you can be rich. But your subconscious mind uses emotions. And it transcends logic, and logic is very limited. It's linear. There's a place for logic in this world, in the 3D world, but logic is not going to help you. So if your logic does not match your feelings, which is towards your intuition, because intuition doesn't use logic, it uses emotions. Generally, it uses emotion. But it will give it to you in a way that may seem logical. Welcome back to Daily Water, y'all. Yesterday, you all faced that way. It's fine. I'll have you face that way again. Change it up a little. It's not like you've seen this many times. But today you'll look at that. There. You get some color. All right. It's definitely warmer by the water. I'm going to take off my jacket. Do my back bend. But let me just finish my train of thought before I do the back bend. You know, your logic in comparison to your intuitive or your emotional being of, like, you know, money. You know, logically you're rich. You can say you're rich, I'm wealthy, I'm abundant, I'm prosperous, I'm opulent. You can say that. I've said that for years. But for years I didn't feel that. Because you can logically say stuff, but that doesn't mean that you are rooted deeply with your emotions with it. So, like, you use your logic and you use your comparison to logic with your intuition, your subconscious, and it's your conscious in comparison to your subconscious, right? Because you can be logically knowing that you're all of that, and that you're a lovable person, you're caring, you're kind, you're sweet, you have value to bring to the world. But if your subconscious mind feels like, nope, I have no value to bring, and you still feel like you're a piece of shit, and all this, and this is why I have to pay attention to my subconscious mind more than ever, because, like, I'm doing all the right things and I'm saying all the right things and I think I'm feeling all the right things, but for some reason it still hasn't quite clicked in yet for me. It could be because of the environment that I'm in, but that's an excuse because I can, you know, I have to change. You know, the one thing that I'm going to bring this up for a moment. I love my mom, but like I really have to get away from her. I have to get away from her and her talk. Like I have to like zone her out. Like she doesn't exist anymore. Her and my dad. Specifically for them, like my mom, like she complains about leaving the lights on or using too much water because, you know, she's the one that's paying the bills, right? And I get it, right? I understand her pain. But because she's not abundant and she doesn't know what that word means because she wasn't brought up with the word abundance, right? She's going to continuously keep recreating lack. And every time I hear her is like, man, who keeps leaving on the lights? So it's not that, like I went to the kitchen for 2 seconds, 2 fucking seconds. I left the kitchen to go downstairs to check something and I left the light on for 2 seconds. And all I hear is, who's left on the light here? And you can hear her kissing her teeth. And I'm like, I'm not getting bothered by it, but like, it really starts to like, it's fucking annoying. And I heard it again yesterday, like these, she calls it kiss me ass people in this house. She says that, kiss me ass. Like that means kiss my ass. That's how they say it. These kiss me ass people in this house keep leaving the lights on. Like, you know, it's shit like that that really pisses me off to hear because, you know, I don't go to other people's house and hear that kind of nonsense, right? So it's shit like that that can cause a lot of rift and simple things like that, right? I'm bringing it out. Remember, I have only love and respect for her. But like things like that, if your parents or people around you are saying stuff like that too, like, look at where their lack mindset right there, right? Again, I understand where she's coming from because of, you know, she's like right now, my dad, he's a lazy piece of shit. Like he refuses to go and get a job, right? Because he doesn't, you know, he's like disabled. I'm doing air quotes. And he causes more stress on my mom than anything, right? And it's unfair to her. So like I do my best to like be conscious about water and all that stuff, but like that affects me too because that then throws me into lack. I have to be like, why should I have to be conscious about water and be conscious about light? Like I'm fucking abundant, right? While I'm in this house, I feel like I'm fucking lack. That's why I must find a way out of here. And if I have to live on the fucking streets for a while, then so be it. But I don't, of course, I'm not calling that out, universe. I don't desire to really live on the streets. You know what I'm saying? But I got to do something, and you got to help me, universe. I know it's me doing it myself, but you got to open the fucking door now. But I'm not getting frustrated with that because I know I'm the one that's opening the doors. But my point to say is, you see, I logically know that I'm abundant, but there's somewhere deep inside of me that still doesn't feel abundant because I'm still dealing with people who aren't abundant. And the funny thing is, my brother and his girlfriend, they're abundant as fuck, right? They got all the money. But I don't know if they're helping my mom, right? I don't think my brother's chipping in with anything to help my mom, personally, because like he's building his own life with his fiance, and that's fine, right? But like when I still do my best to like chip in for little things here and there as I can, but like I'm not even like generating any income. And I'm still attempting to help, and there are people who are actually generating income and who's not helping. And that's like bullshit. That's like unfair. And I know this is a third dimensional problem, right? This is all an illusion, but like, you know, our senses makes this very real. So like, there's a lot of shit that's really pissing me off in this house, and I just want to like destroy the house. I want to like blow it up completely. All the people just like get destroyed in the process. That way they don't exist in my reality. But in my inner world, I have to kill people off. I have to kill everybody off who's lack, who is fear, who is not abundant, and get them out of my life completely. Exactly. Spot on, bro. They're wasting their energy, but because they don't know any better, right? And you can tell them until you're blue in the face, but they still won't understand, right? All right, I'm gonna do my back bend for 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go. But you know, well, I'll finish my back bend first before I share. Okay, cool. Morning, Tom. Great, yourself? Game number 1 tonight. Have a great one. Thank you. So like, this is what I desire. Personally, win the fucking lottery, give them a little bit of the resources, and then get on my way, and then deal with like all of my, like, I don't want to call them money wounds, money trauma, because I don't have that. I don't subscribe to that bullshit. You can gaslight yourself, but like, there's a nuance to this now. You can gaslight yourself and pretend it's not there, but then it is there, and you got to deal with it. So, you know, that's the thing about everything. There's 2 sides of the coin. Like, healing doesn't exist, but if you still have deep-seated fear towards something, then you must heal that. But of course, at the same time, you're born whole and complete. So you don't have to heal that because it never existed, right? But it did exist, but then it didn't exist, but then it did exist, but then it didn't exist, but then it did exist, then it didn't exist. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's back and forth, tug of war, contradiction, paradoxical thing that happens within each of us. Like, money is energy. I logically know that money is energy, money is value, and money is not real. Money is my own natural energy yield. So I logically know this, but the subconscious somewhere is still holding on to it's like hard to get, or it's annoying because I have to be conscious about, you know, water and lights, right? Look, I'm not saying I'm gonna go start wasting a bunch of water, like, and then, like, you know, people in Africa who have to walk like 20 fucking miles to go fetch a pail of water and then feel guilty about it. Don't feel guilty about it, right? I'm not gonna start going do shit like that. But, you know, little things like leaving the light on for like 2 seconds. Come on, really? Of course, I could have said something and start a problem with her again, because I could start problems with her on everything. But sometimes I just don't want to deal with them because their attitude pisses me off to a point where I just want to smack them in their face. I want to take my fist, ball it up, and punch them in their face. All of them. Every single one of them. But of course, they're me, right? Now, of course, you know, they don't know any better, right? And because they don't know any better, they're clueless little children who were simply thrusted into the world just like everybody else. They're just figuring it out too. They can't be blamed. So there's like being consciously aware of that as well, right? So you see how much energy is being wasted just by having to navigate all these bullshit things? This is why sometimes just being fucking alone and not dealing with anybody else's bullshit is the simplest thing. It really is. And, you know, yesterday I was watching, you know, a couple of those like videos where they're doing like documentaries on like some people who have, you know, who have nothing or who have less and they feel like they have the most. Like one guy, you know, he lives alone. He doesn't own really any technical stuff. He has like a fridge, a stove, a microwave, but his technology is books, right? And he's at peace. He's at peace with his dog and his house and his little home. One girl, she lives in her van, and she's at peace with her life. She made her home, her van, into like a beautiful, like cozy environment. Right? She has less. So like there's all this like stuff that's like, so which one should I go? Should I go this way? Should I go that way? Which decision do I do? Do I go this way? Do I go that way? There's all kinds of decisions you have to like kind of make, and then you have to make that choice, right? Like I chose the path of service, of really helping people break through stuff. Now, of course, I myself I don't want to say I'm still breaking through stuff, but the third dimensional version of me is breaking through stuff, but the fifth dimensional version of me has already finished it. It's done. So I'm just playing catch up with the two versions. So those two versions are not in alignment yet, but even saying that is not true because they are in alignment. So you see what I'm saying? Like there's all this fucking contradiction and confusion, and it really starts to weigh on you because you're like, well, which one is it? Are you this or are you that? Right? Because, you know, the human mind's like, it's either that or that. It can't be both, right? This is the real stuff right here. This is the real work right here. This is the real work. Hi, ducks. Hi, bubbas. They're just like chilling here. What's the phone battery at right now? 53%. Gotta go. See, and that's the other thing too. I have to be mindful of my battery on my phone because the data in this area isn't that great and it uses up more battery, right? So I have to give up some time while being at this nice water spot because of battery. Otherwise, we run into a problem where like, oh, the live stream's gonna die, and I have to then run back, right? All right, thank you, water, for this time. I appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow. I should see you tomorrow. I think it's gonna be sunny tomorrow. Bye, ducks. Love you. I wish I was a duck right now. Life is so much simpler as a duck. Yeah, I gotta check my energetic boundaries. Maybe I don't even have energetic boundaries. Maybe I have to create some. Later, water. Bye-bye. Okay. Ooh, temperature just dropped again by like 5 degrees here. So much warmer by the water. It's so weird though. So weird. You would think it'd be colder by the water. Nope. It's much warmer by the water. Yeah. The problem is like there's too much distraction and too much blockages in my area. But of course that's also a deep-seated belief, right? See, I'm glad that you bring this up so I can call it out and then deal with it. Because like that's an excuse. There's abundance, there's flow of energy, like that water. I just would like if someone could just like, you know, take me in for a moment. I can just like get away for like a week or a month and clear myself fully and then just like find my next path. Cause like I don't want to be here anymore. I really don't. It's really fucking annoying. I'm doing my best always, and it doesn't, and this is another belief, and it doesn't seem like the universe is helping me in any way that is actually benefiting me monetarily. It's giving me all these signs. It was nice that we saw the rainbow yesterday, and that was great, but like, what value is that bringing into my life? It's not bringing me any more peace. It comes from within, right? And your life force energy is sometimes directly tied towards your abundance, So if your life force energy, like I'm like giving, but nothing is coming back, and I'm not receiving anything that is going to help me fully. But that's not true, because you know those insights have definitely come. It's all about being in the now. But like, you know, I'm putting my best foot forward every day, and it doesn't feel like nothing is working. And it's really pissing me off, because other people don't even have to put in that much effort and they get everything to them. And I'm putting in all this effort and nothing works. And that's what frustrates me. Sometimes I want to cry about that. But I'm not going to, because the universe doesn't care about me in that aspect. It just cares that I stay in the frequency that it wants me to stay in. So I just have to do what I have to do. I have to just say, suck up the feelings, suck it up, buttercup, and just deal with it and shift. And it is truly, you can shift in every present moment, and I'm aware of that. It's fucking annoying at times. It really is. But I'm shifting right now, because there's no point complaining and whining and getting frustrated, because that's what the egregor wants. You're basically losing twice with that. One, the egregor is laughing at you. See, haha, I get to still survive. And then two, the universe is laughing at you, because it's like, ha, I get to keep this sucker in his frequency. I don't have to do anything extra. Yeah, but I don't want to have to do it over and over and over again. I'm tired of that, bro. I really am. I just want to be done with it. Like, I'm fed up with having to do things over and over and over again. I know life is always going to send you a challenge. I know that. But I'm tired of having to do the same thing over and over. I've already learned my fucking lesson. Can we move on? I appreciate the mirror, though, you know? Honestly, you know, right now, this is what I feel. I'm going to just be straight up honest. I'm just going to call it out. Once I'm done on November 25th, I don't want to ever help anybody ever again. I'm done. Like, that's how I really feel. I don't care to help anybody. I just want to die and leave this planet and just be like, go back to the third dimensional plane and say, fuck you, God, and fuck all this bullshit. And then destroy reality if I can. What else do I'm just calling out, this is how I just feel, but of course this is not who I am. I know that. This is just the third dimensional mind. But I'm calling it out. I want to see it. I want to call it out and acknowledge it, but not accept it as real. Let's see. Yeah, I just want to, like, come November 26th, I love live stream, but I don't want to do it. I don't want to make content. I don't want to make some bullshit thing and like do all this social media garbage. I just want money to come to me, flying in my lap, with me putting in no more effort, because that's how it should work. I should just be sitting at home, doing whatever I want, however I want. And, well, when I say sitting at home, I mean it's not in this home. Fuck this place. But I can't say that, because if I say that, that means I have deep-seated hate to this. And if I have deep-seated hate to this, then I have deep-seated hate to my actual home. But, you know. Yeah, I just want to disappear from reality for a very, very long time. I just want to like find something and just like sit in a cave and just be alone, or just like, I don't know. I just don't want to help anymore. I'm really done. Like, there's no point helping anybody because it's just wasting my time. Even though time is an illusion. I'm giving all that I can, I'm doing my best, and it doesn't feel like anything works. And I have to practice love. Practice love. Orion. Well, it's not Orion. Orion is whole and complete. It's this Andre character who's still dealing with his bullshit. Give me an answer, universe. I'm not gonna get frustrated. At this point, there's no point raising my voice and yelling and screaming because like you don't really give a fuck if I yell or scream anyways. So just give me an answer, universe. Or send a thunderbolt and zap me to death right now. I'll drop right here. And I'll go right back. Because I'm done. I've been done for a while. I love helping people, I really do, but like I've had enough because like this shit is really pissing me off that, it's not like I was expecting anything in return, but like I do deserve something. I've been giving my all, 12 fucking hours a day. For what? It's not anybody, there's no offense to anyone, but like, it's great that we have connection and that's wonderful and y'all help me and I appreciate that. But like, I require resources now. Like, I require physical resources. So where the fuck is my resources, universe? I know it comes from within, so where the fuck is it? Bring it. I know who I am. I know that I'm a trillionaire. And I don't just logically know that, I fucking feel that. So bring that money now. I want it today, right now, this moment. Bring it. I don't care if it's through a lottery. I don't give a fuck how you bring that money. You bring me something. I don't care for $2. I care for fucking millions of dollars. I don't give a shit if it comes through a lottery at this point. I'll take it however it's supposed to come. You bring it through somebody who's gonna drive their ass to the house and like, Andre, here you go. Orion, here you go. Here's $55 million. I don't care. Bring it. No more logic. Bring it the way you're supposed to bring it. Without me having to put hard work in, because I'm not doing that shit again. I've already done it. I've given all my energy to be slapped around. Fuck that noise. I'm done with that. It's coming the way I choose to. It's coming the way that it's supposed to come, in the easiest way. I'm done playing this societal, oh, you should work hard for your money. Fuck that noise. No. I'm not working for money. Fuck that. I'm going to win lotteries over and over and over and over and over again. That's how money's going to come to me. I'm winning money over and over and over again. And people are going to be like, what the fuck? This guy's won like 50 million times. Yep. Like Helen Hansel. I'm Helen Hansel, male version. I'm not going to be frustrated anymore. I'm done. I'm not going to feel guilty about what I said either. Fuck that. I know the egregor wants me to feel guilty. And I know, universe, you don't give a fuck about me. You just put me here. I know you don't really give a fuck about me, so why should I give a fuck about you? But you see, this is what I'm saying. Like, these are the things that I'm making sure I'm calling it out. I can see what I'm saying, and I can deal with it. And by me, I don't mean me. I mean the third dimensional character. Because the fifth dimensional version already has everything. It just doesn't feel like that in the third dimension. But yeah, come November 26th, I'm gone. If any of you want to stay connected to me, you'll have to reach out to me on Discord or something. But even then, I'm not even going to look at Discord, so it might be bye-bye for me for good. You may never see me again, potentially. So let this last, month, do what we got to do, and like that's it. Unless the universe surprises me with a lottery victory. I don't care. 10 million, 55 million, a 70 million, 100 million. I don't give a fuck how much. Just make sure it's at least what I deserve, and that what I deserve is at least over 55 million. So bring that shit here now. I've waited long enough. I've been very patient, universe. I've been doing your work. Your work, not mine. Your work. You wanted me to do this. You wanted me to do all this shit. You wanted me to help these humans. So, now it's time for you to owe me. You owe me now. And I'm not going to feel bad or guilty about it. You owe me. For all the energy that I've had to output, all the things I have to do and say and have to deal with, it's time. 6 years, 6 fucking years. It's time, universe. I'm collecting what is owed to me now. I am collecting everything that's owed to me. And if you don't do it, then you better believe when I come up there, I'm going to kill you, all of you. I'm going to destroy all of you. You better watch out. You better watch out, universe. I will destroy you. And I will eradicate all of existence in itself, because I have that power. This is the relationship that I have with God every so often. It's not a dude. But this happens from time to time. And I'm glad you all are seeing this. This is a comparison between the version of me who acts like a freaking little, like a victim, right? And then the version of me who actually is like on point, But as you can see, this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm glad that I spoke it out, because like, yeah, it wants me to get frustrated, and it uses that back door of like my physical experience, right? Even though I logically know what has to be done, you got to go in your inner world. You got to feel your feelings. You got to feel as if it's done. You got to have that emotional intensity and feel it and keep it on repeat, on loop. And over and over and over. Then you got to take physical action in alignment when an opportunity shows up. It's just it hasn't felt like any opportunities has been showing up. But that's not true, because like if I tell myself opportunities aren't showing up, then that's what I get. Because everything you say, it gets created, gets revealed. This is why you have to be careful with the words. Morning. You know, I always said that I had like 10 different people living in my body. It felt like I don't know why I said that when I was younger. I always felt like I had 10 different souls living in my body. But you know, in actuality, it's one soul that has lived like a million times, knowing that what I know now. I know in one of my realities, like in previous ones that is still happening because everything's parallel, one was the richest man ever. Not in Babylon, but maybe I was the richest man in Babylon. Could be. But I was the richest dude at one point. And then I agreed to be like the poorest person in one of my other experiences. Then I chose, and I don't know why the fuck I chose this reality. I really don't. I know it's to have the expanse of the growth, because like, you know, without the parents, without the people that have been put into my physical reality, the growth that I currently am at would have never happened. A little squirrel eating in the tree there. There's another version of me taking a video of in a horizontal, in a landscape format, of the Bob Ross painting. My hands are like fucking colder than ever, but it's all good. Yeah, I feel better now. I mean, I wasn't like, when I was saying all that, that wasn't me. That was just the third dimensional version who's throwing a little temper tantrum. But you know, it's still good to address these things, right? It's good to see it, call it out, hear it, and like deal with it. Like dealing with like, because it's all within, right? This is just a holographic projection of my higher mind. My higher mind knows better than the finite mind, but the finite mind doesn't. Finite mind's attempting to think it knows more. I did one hang already. My phone battery is at 27%. So knowing that battery just goes down like a rock in the area, I'm gonna just have to skip this hang for now. Oh, here comes some runners behind me and somebody riding their bike. He said it was supposed to rain, but it didn't rain. Every time I bring my umbrella, it doesn't really rain. And when I don't bring my umbrella, it rains. Yeah. Anyway, so the word associations, like relationship, money, responsibility, and value, right? Without, you know, those are not dealt with, then you will, unfortunately, your reality will be, what the hell? They were running behind me and then they are turning back. Are they only running a certain distance or something? It's weird. It's windy. Oh, it's breezy. my hands could just stay warm, I'll be okay. Like everything else of my body is fine. My feet only will start to freeze if I don't move. Yesterday when we were outside, it was cooler in the evening time, just before we came inside, and I was playing Monster Hunter. And damn, like I was on point, but like Fatalis fucked up like two of the people, and we had like 10 minutes left, and unfortunately I did my best to heal and they got fucked in the end. That's the reason why I just turn on my enhancements, because you know, spending 50 minutes in a quest to then die sucks. Die in the end, it sucks. It's happened to me many times. I simply didn't turn on the attack enhancements yesterday, and unfortunately that's what happened. Okay, we gotta get moving. See, some days, like we even skipped like some of the steps today, like that spot, and the battery is it's still not as much. It's so stupid, honestly. It's only because like the data now it's at 22%. You know what it feels like? You know when you're feeling like you're down and out and everything else just doesn't work, and then when you attempt to shift and like it doesn't work because it seems like so much more energy just to like shift, right? And it becomes like hard and difficult. Like that's what it feels like right now. Like my internet doesn't work properly, so like energy is going down on my phone. Like I said, there are some days where you're on fire, and then there's other days like it doesn't feel like that. And look, we're not even as like around here, we reached like an hour and like 111 to 120 minutes depending on the time I've been out. We only just hit 100 minutes. We're at like at 104, and the battery's less. I got the same amount of battery. Yeah, it's just now the phone battery's at 20%. I'm not even at the hill yet. What the fuck? Well, if the stream goes kaput before I get there, you know what happened. So I'm just letting you know. Yep. All kinds of shit has to be dealt with. All kinds of shit still has to be dealt with. It's I went down 2% there. Are you fucking kidding me? Come on, universe. Can you give me a break, please? Like, stop. I've reduced the screen brightness too. Like, come on. Come on now. Maybe you didn't like what I had to say, universe. Oof, my right hand It's like frozen. Foam barrier at 17%. We're gonna have to, but like, you know, when you're in this state, right? And you, like, nothing works, like, and you attempt to like fake it, right? To make it feel like it works, it becomes so difficult. This is why a lot of people have a lot of problems with this. And I want to find that solution that it will work 100% of the time. And it is all about shifting, right? It is all about shifting, but let's go. All right, now that we're back on surface, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's an interesting one though. I mean, I have the tools to break it, right? But what I'm saying is, like, you know, I have to face these feelings for others so they can know that I didn't just have it easy. But of course, we didn't have to overcome anything, right? Because we subconsciously think that we have to keep overcoming things, but you don't. It is just that simple and easy. We just make it more complicated than it has to be. Right? And because of that, because we make it so complicated and difficult than it has to be, and guess what you get? Challenges and situations, opportunities, and circumstances to make it seem like it has to be difficult and complicated to overcome. But it is just that simple. But we don't make it seem simple, but it is really simple. It's a contradiction in itself. It's one of the greatest paradoxes on the planet. Because what you tell yourself is what you get is what you expect becomes normalized, what gets normalized gets crystallized, and then what gets crystallized becomes your reality. And again, you know, emotional regulation is a skill that we all have, but some are not aware of it. And I have all the tools to return back to a peaceful state and not be in that rage state for long, or that frustration state. Because like the thing that I do is, well, okay, I just dealt with it. Now we're done with it. What are we gonna do about it? We're gonna keep whining, complaining, or we're gonna do something about it? Oof. Right? Because like I could continue to keep complaining or whining or being frustrated or annoyed, but is it actually changing the situation in the present moment? Nope. Because you're just creating more present moments of that frustration, irritants, annoyance. Foam barriers at 13%. I don't think I'll make it back by the time I might. I just don't want to run right now. So just letting you know, if the phone goes kaput or like the live stream just like starts circling, like the circle of death, then you know what happened. 12% now. My phone screen is at like the lowest brightness it can possibly be. I left with 100% of battery, but you see what I'm saying? Like, this was another aspect of being negative, that the negative things, like, okay, you want to be negative? I'll give you something to be negative about, right? So now I'm having to deal with the aftermath of my negative energy. That's how powerful we are. See, I have so much power that I created so much negative energy that my phone battery is at the lowest it is in this spot. It's wild, isn't it? Because that's how powerful we are. You have so much power to make yourself powerless. When Nero said that, I was like, yep, couldn't agree with you more, bro. Couldn't agree with you more. Phone battery at 11%. Let me see. Maybe the universe is trying to get you to run. Maybe. You know, that's the paradox. Maybe it wants me to run right now, but I don't feel like running. But I am attempting to walk a little faster, you know. But you know, you're right though. You're spot on about that. It's true. It could be like, you know, you should start running. Maybe it'll warm up your hands more, right? But it's true. That's our dude over there. The universe will hold off. Morning, brother. How are you?
Good, you?
I'm great. Have a great day. Oh, now we're at the last 10%. I'll bring you all inside for a moment to plug in. You know what's funny too? The receiver doesn't cause the battery to die faster. It's the data. So the data right now, maybe it's like, you know what? Fuck this guy. He just complained about all this stuff. Like, we're not gonna help him. We're gonna show him. But yeah, just letting you all know, if I don't make it back, I'm going to make it though. But the phone battery will not, after 5%, that's it. It's game over. Because it doesn't go to 1% now. It doesn't know how to go to 1% and keep the charge. So if for whatever reason it doesn't, like, I come back on and the internet or it doesn't allow me to use the same live stream, then I'll have started a new live stream. But yeah, but you're right, dude. It probably is like saying, come on, dude, start running. But I'll make it back. I can feel it. Once we get back, I'm going to prepare myself for the play out in this cold. It's funny because like when I do the play out, all things drop away. Cold disappears. Hands aren't freezing anymore. We're doing some IWT right now. A week from now, kids are gonna be ready for Halloween. Who knows, I might go out for a Halloween stream, just depending on two things. One, weather, and two, weather. Because like, if next Friday is like frigid in the nighttime, like that's not gonna stop kids from going to get candy. But it definitely stops me from things, because I freeze so easily now. I gotta change the belief. In every present moment, I'm warmer. This feeling reminds me of like when I feel like I'm helpless and I couldn't change anything, and I'm like stuck as I am. I'm fixed. Like there's no change. This is what a lot of people face in their life. They're like, what's the point? Like I can tell myself that it's warm, but I'm not warm. I'm cold. My senses is telling me it's cold. Like I'm just lying to myself. So what's the point? It's no use, right? And they just succumb to their environment, right? And that's not just for like, I'm not talking about weather only. I'm talking about anything. Like, what's the point if I say I'm abundant but I'm not? Like, there's no abundance. Like, my bank account tells me I have zero. In fact, I'm like minus 27,000, 28,000 really in the hole. Maybe 30,000, close to 30,000, right? What's the point, right? What is the point? That's what a lot of people feel, and I want to solve that problem for them. Of course, they're solving it for themselves, but I want to help them solve it, to remind them that they are abundant, even if they have millions of dollars in debt. Like Mel Robbins is still a very great inspiration. She had millions of dollars in debt, millions. Her and her husband, right? His business went belly up in the restaurant, and then like she was paralyzed with fear, and she became this best-selling author multiple times over. So like, if she's able to do it, then damn it, why can't you and I do it? She's not better. She wasn't born with higher spiritual energy. She wasn't born with more gifts than you. But she did start tapping into her. And there are times where she still struggles. Like you still see her struggling with shit. Like on her podcast, like you still see her crying and struggling with things. Like she's like, some stuff are still not fully dealt with, but she shows up, she does what she has to do. She's here for helping other people. And look at that. we made it back. Now, question is, can I make it back? Most important thing is to put the Wi-Fi on now and grab the cable. If this was San Diego, I would not be having to deal with cold. I would not be dealing with winter-ish weather. But this isn't San Diego. There, we plugged in at 6%. We got it. All right. Let's prepare. So I didn't have to bring the umbrella again. Third time this week I brought the umbrella and it didn't rain. Third time. All right. Maybe I should just do my play out with this clothing on. Get a nice sweat going. Once I get the main thing done, everything else is easy. All right. But we got some internal work to do today. I'm gonna write shit out on my tablet of what I gotta purge. I'm gonna call it the purge document. And we're going to purge a bunch of shit out of us. I'm gonna first call it out. I'm gonna write out everything about money and relationships that I had problems with, and forgive myself and money and relationships, and start shifting that. Yeah. The moment I start moving, it'll be warm. So. I just don't want to be inside. I just don't want to be inside. I desire to be outside. So I'm always attempting to find solutions to some problems. Okay, we're gonna get rolling. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly watch this video with just a video game video.
Cosmic Invasion got another... Is it out? No, don't tell me that came out. Do not tell me Cosmic Invasion came out. I will literally shit a live chicken. It won't be pretty. No, it's December 1st. Oh, thank God. Is there a trailer? Did they announce, like, the release date? To be completely honest, I'm looking at this roster with my good eye because I honestly feel the roster, the final roster that is present in Cosmic Invasion, could be a hint towards the Tokon roster in a very similar way, but not the exact same way. So anyway, conspiracy, dude. You know me. I am the theorist. Played not that long ago. My biggest criticism of the game was eventually playing it with 4 characters. And when you play it with 4 people live in person or next to you or all at the same time, it's a little soupy. Yeah, it gets a little messy. It's like 1 to 2 players. You're like a waiter about to deliver this like absolutely fine polished like beat 'em up sort of classic 90s.
Okay, he's not really saying anything important, so close the video. So we're gonna get full body done ASAP, and then we'll get everything else done afterwards. So with that, I'm gonna go check for a full body play out with Dan. I'll be back out there shortly. Let's see. Full body. I don't want to do one that has abs in it because we're already going to be doing abs. I don't like the redundancy of that. I like ones where he that's funny. That's so funny. Nike. So apparently Nike, I was looking up dumbbells for a moment. We don't ship to Canada. You see that bullshit? Austria, Belgium, Germany, Spain, Finland, France, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, United Kingdom, and United States. But we don't ship to Canada. This right here, I'm taking a screenshot of this, is the reason why I'm leaving Canada. For this very reason. The limitations circle, this is why I'm leaving Canada. Yep, save that. I just wanted to look at Nike dumbbells and see how much they cost and potentially like grab some, but nope, can't buy them. So 20 pounds cost 60 bucks. 30 pounds cost 90 bucks. Well, 90 bucks each, so 180 for, you're basically paying for Nike's name. 75 pound is the highest they have, and that goes to 215. You can buy a rack for $1,816. That's nice though. I like that rack. Durable anti-roll, made with Nike grind, ergonomic. That's funny. Anti-roll. It's so weird, man. How you want to buy something and it's like doesn't ship to Canada. So stupid. Fucking Canada. Such a limited place, honestly. Let's see. 30-minute full body strength and abs. I don't want to do abs in the play out. I just want to do full body without abs. This one requires a wedge. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be back. Okay. Come back out now. I left my thermal shirt on, but I put on the Nike thing on underneath. I have to bring my dumbbells and yep. Let me see. See if I can see. All right. Sounds good, dude. There has never been a thing that Nike has done that isn't the best. It's true. It's weird, man. Like, the fact that I can't even, like, they don't ship to Canada for simple. This is one of the I have so many reasons why I'm leaving Canada. Many, many, many reasons. In fact, I'm going to make a list of the reasons why I am leaving this place. One, the very fact that when you want to buy something, oh, we don't ship to Canada. Two, the weather. Three, no ambition here. Like Canada is just like awful. Like there's no ambition here. People are too easygoing here. Actually, I'm not even gonna say that. Let me rephrase that. They're too afraid to put themselves out there. Not everybody, of course, but like, nah. The opportunities here are like lackluster. I'm gonna wear my yellow shoes to do a play out today. What else? Like the very fact that you can't buy simple dumbbells, and this is not the first time. This has been many times where Canada does not get things that Americans get. It's ridiculous. I can leave the watch inside. It's fine. Yep. Let's see what else. So one, Canada has no ambition. Two, you can't buy half the things on online sites that it doesn't get shipped to Canada, it gets shipped to the States. Three, the weather, it sucks in the wintertime. It fucking sucks. There's no place in Canada that the weather doesn't suck. Maybe Vancouver, but even Vancouver is still fucking cold in the wintertime. And then those are the big three reasons. The very fact that I want to buy something, I desire to buy some stuff. And I can't buy stuff and get sent to Canada. That's stupid. Like Nike does not send things to Canada. That's the dumbest thing I've heard. So that's what bothers me about Canada. All right. We got to get moving. Our body has to get rolling. No warm up. We're just going to get straight into this full body. So he has a wedge. So if you have a wedge or a yoga block or a mat, I'm going to go grab my yoga mat. No, I'm not going to go grab a yoga mat. I'm going to use the bricks. I'll use one brick. And I'll deal with the balancing act. Yeah. All right. So for those of you who are going to be doing this with me, this one's going to be 30 minutes, full body. If you don't have dumbbells, you will be doing push-ups and lunges and squats. If you're doing chest, like outer chest, like here, wide push-ups. Notice my elbows in correlation to my rib cage. If you are doing your inner chest, like that split in between your chest muscles, you're doing diamond. That also targets your triceps. And you're going to notice that triceps can be done with 3 different types of push-ups, technically 4, but mainly 3. So you'll be doing diamond. So inner chest, diamond, outer chest, wide. anything with your shoulder blades, not your shoulders, but your shoulder blades and your back, you're gonna be doing standard push-ups. Wide, standard. And then if you're gonna do anything with your biceps specifically and your triceps, narrow. And standard push-ups also target your triceps as well. So that's for your biceps, triceps, shoulder blades, back, and chest. What about your actual shoulders? You're doing pike push-ups. Pike push-ups are basically doing a downward dog, like the yoga pose, and doing that. That's basically a pike push-up, and that targets your shoulders. So anything shoulder related, you're gonna be doing that. For legs, you're gonna be doing squats, lunges, like forward, back, and of course lateral. You'll be doing that. Other than that, we're gonna get this show on the road. I'm gonna bring the dumbbells or the mat back a little bit. And let's see if we're gonna generate any sweat with our thermal layer underneath. I have this brick, which is gonna be a wedge, where I'm gonna be balancing like this and doing whatever I have to do. So if you have something like this, or a thick ass book, or a yoga block, go and get it. I should actually buy an actual yoga block, unless it doesn't get shipped to Canada. So stupid. That just drives me up the wall. That stuff like that. You go to a site like Nike and they don't ship things like that to Canada. This is the dumbest thing I've heard. So stupid. Anyways. We're gonna get rolling. Give myself a pat down. This is gonna be my warm up right here. All right. Heel elevated squats. So every exercise is 30 seconds of play and I think 15 seconds of rest. Look at us using our colored shoes today. I don't know if there's any repeat. There might be, but I'll let you know. Oh yeah, there is. So this one's the one where you're going a slower speed and then normal speed. So I was technically going at the same speed. So I'm just gonna go at the pace that I was going at. Basically, I think every exercise will be performed twice. We've done this one before. So static lunges. One dumbbell only. Right hand, or right foot, holding the dumbbell in your left hand. We're gonna do that again. So it's 15 seconds of rest. Let's see. Well, you know, the thing is, like, I personally don't, I mean, look, it's part of the earth, but it's so limited. The opportunities here are, like, when I'm in San Diego or when I'm in the States, I can feel the opportunities. Like, I can feel it coursing through my veins. Canada fucking sucks. I hate to say that, but it really fucking sucks here. Sure, it's beautiful in its nature. It's got its own pros and cons. It's got its own pros. Beautiful nature. But, like, this is not a place I would retire. And for Americans making fun of Canada, I mean, look, I used to take offense to that. I used to make fun of Americans. But, like, I feel more American than I do Canadian. Because I know I was American in one of my previous incarnations. Maybe Sarah was, even though she was Irish and half Irish, half Middle Eastern, maybe she was American too. I don't know that part though. But I damn well know that I was American in one of my incarnations. And that I belong there. Because the opportunities are there. Look, there's a lot of successful YouTubers up here. I'm not saying that there isn't. There's plenty of famous YouTubers like Unbox Therapy. He's from Toronto. Like the dude, Lou Laters, the guy who was the forefather of unboxing products on channel. Like, you know, we're doing sumo squats. You don't get a lot of rest period on this one. Looks like we're just starting with lower body. So, like, you know, there's a lot of famous YouTubers up here, but the one thing is, they love Canada. I don't. I don't love Canada. I love it to a point that's part of the earth, yes. But to where I'm going to dwell, no. This is not my place. It even said, for me, that I'm meant to make my wealth from the place, away from the place that I was residing. I was not meant to build wealth here. Wide push-ups. We're gonna do it on the dumbbells though. There was an app. It's on my tablet, and it's on my phone. That was talking about like I'm supposed to build wealth in away from where I was born, and I was like, that makes so much sense, right? Why did I go to Vegas? I didn't go to Vegas to learn about building wealth in Canada. They didn't mention anything Canada there. When you're in the States, Canada doesn't really get mentioned. We're like invisible here. And I am not meant to be invisible. I'm basically going against the entire Canadian like like way of being, right? Yeah, chest. We're doing chest press now. We're doing slow chest press though. Well, the sun is out. It's supposed to rain today, but the sun's out right now. It's good. But yeah, it said that I'm building wealth in a place far away from home. Hell, it might not even be America. It could be somewhere else. It could be Australia. It could be Japan. Not that I would live in Japan personally. That's too much of a culture shock for me. And I don't really care for it. Like, Japan will wear out in no time. For me. There's no accidents why I was brought to New York to then go to Vegas to see what I saw in Vegas and what I heard in Vegas, and what I experienced in Vegas, for me to know that I'm meant to build wealth in America. So I'm focusing my wholehearted attention on that. That's why I'm an American citizen that's currently dwelling in Canadian soil. You gotta be it before you have it. Be, do, have, right? I'm fully certified born American that's living in Canada, or that's been thrown into Canada soil. Not by choice. Well, technically everything is a choice still. I know I'm not really sharing with you all, but for those who are doing this right now, you should know that I said you're doing wide push-ups or chest push or diamond push-ups. Right now we're doing diamond press, so you can do diamond push-ups. You know, it's actually easier to use the thermal shirt I'm wearing than to wear the Under Armour one, because the Under Armour one creates this weird resistance inside of me where it's hard to move the dumbbell or move my arms. Like, the arms are like, they're not loose enough for me to move my arms like freely, which can be a good thing though. Bent over rows now, y'all. So you're doing standard push-ups. Very good. Doing that again. Let's go. Plank rows. Not renegade rows, just plank rows. So there's no push-up on this one. So just keep your stance wide here. And imagine that you have a dumbbell, you have a water ball on your back and you're balancing it right now. I know it says slow speed, but we're just going at the speed that we're just basically repeating at this point. I'm not going at slower speeds, I'm just doing the speeds that, like regular speed. Let's see. We're going to go on our last. Very nice. Enjoy your time when you do go to that Mississippi, huh? That sounds interesting. Mississippi. I know that state gets a lot of like jokes made about it. Mississippi. I don't know why though. I don't know why Mississippi gets made fun of a lot. And yeah, I will. I always kill it. Hope the universe is fucking watching though, you know? Been putting in all this effort. There's not a damn soul on this planet that can tell me that I don't put in effort. Or I'm a lazy ass, or I just sit my ass at home and do nothing. If there's anyone who says that, I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna bust your face in. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna bust your face in. Ain't nobody can say that I don't take action. Nobody. Not a damn soul. Ah, okay, got it. That makes sense. That makes sense now. I know if I was in Mississippi, I'd be what they'd call the alien of the town. Because, you know, unfortunately, it's more, not that skin color makes a difference, but like I know there's generally white, even though everybody's technically brown. Everybody's just different, they're just lighter shade of melanin. But you ain't gonna find a darker shade of melanin person there often. I mean, it's not that they don't exist. They do. I know they have people there, or a darker shade of melanin, but you know, perception, of course. There could be a complete town that's full of dark melanin people instead of like lighter shade of melanin. I know that sounds like some massive insult to say that, dark and light. Lighter shade, darker shade. But in the end, it's just humans. All right, you're doing standard push-ups, we're doing curls. That's interesting though. Yep, whole bunch of human shaded colors indeed. Or, you know, the best one is all these damn third dimensional humans. Because that's what it is. It ain't even about color, it's about being dimensional. That's a bar. You're either multi-dimensional or you're third dimensional. Just like the rest of these third dimensional humans. That's how I see it now. You're either multi-dimensional like me or you're third dimensional like the rest. How dare you insult me calling me third dimensional? That's not an insult, that's just what it is. You're operating from a third dimensional perspective. Can't be helped. Shit, I'm losing my grip. The dumbbell almost slipped out of my hand there. Doing that again. Keep forgetting that it's a repeat. These are the perfect shoes to be doing my play out, even with the holes. Hammer curls are next. So still standard push-ups, or narrow push-ups, excuse me. Doing that again. There's barely any legs in this one. This one was like mainly upper body. I did a couple legs in the beginning, but that was it. Shoulders are gonna be definitely next. So I can guarantee it's gonna be shoulders next. Let's see. Nope, not quite yet, skull crusher. So triceps. So you can do standard push-up, diamond push-up, or a narrow push-up. totally up to you here. Oh yeah, there was a movie I started to watch last night, which was Everything Everywhere All at Once. Unfortunately, I didn't finish the movie because I was like tired. I was like, I wanted to go to sleep. I did my best to watch it, but like, I just couldn't watch it. So I'm gonna resume it during the stream today. It's funny, Saved by the Bell got me blocked yesterday with the live stream. Like, I have to remove it from my thing. Like all the times when it was like when I wake up in the morning and like that. Really despise YouTube for that. You can't even enjoy yourself without YouTube like creating chaos on your stream. So stupid. All right. Now you're doing pike push-ups. Shoulder presses next. All right, shoulders. One at a time though. And we're going to repeat that one again. What's next? Upright rows. So the reason why this one's so effective, this play out, is because you don't get enough rest. And you're just going straight into the next exercise. See, when I go to a gym, I still use my play out videos. And I'll tell you why, because the play out videos, they keep you like on point. Whereas if you don't use a video, you got to keep timers and all this stuff, like, or you got to do it mentally in your head, or you just go until exhaustion, and then you then have to time how much time you're waiting in between your rest. And personally, like, I don't like that structure. I don't like free flow. I like actual structure, knowing what I'm going to be doing. That's why, you know, I can purposely do this anywhere. It doesn't limit me that I have to be in a gym, you know? Frontal raises next. You know, even when we were in San Diego and sleeping in the car, and we had that month, right? That month was quite phenomenal. And that month, you know, I went to the gym every day except for like Christmas and New Year's, because those were the 2 days that the gyms were not open. And I was taking my tablet in. I downloaded videos before coming to San Diego, just in case I didn't have Wi-Fi or I didn't go to the gym or the gym was closed, and was able to, you know, do that. Some of the stuff outside, like my jump rope and my abs. But like, there was a couple days at the gym where Wi-Fi wasn't working on the tablet because the Wi-Fi wasn't connecting properly. So we're gonna do shoulder shrugs. One more. There's no finisher. This is it. You're finishing off with shoulder shrugs. See? Almost done. And I'm gonna get straight into do my abs. I'll do all the stretching afterwards. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done. We finished. We did the thing. Whew. So I will do the stretching after. I'm gonna get the abs stuff rolling. I'm just gonna put this away now. Less things out here, the better. The less things out here, the better. I'm gonna put away my gimbal and my umbrella. $10.17. Damn it all. Let's go back inside. My Kleenex for my nose. Gives me a chance to bring up my resistant band. And my other one. Since we got mobility training to do as well. Let me stop the music for a moment. All right, y'all, we have 10 minutes of abs to do. We'll do all the stretching afterwards. Remember, ab exercises don't give you abs. You already have abs. They're hiding under a layer of fat. And that, because it's under a layer of fat, you know, it comes down to reducing your body fat percentage enough so that you are able to see it. Now, how are you going to do that? A couple things. One, nutrition. But nutrition is subjective because what may work for you may not work for someone else. When what may work for someone else may not work for you. And because of that, right, you're gonna have to do a lot of trial and error to see what might actually work for you. So that's one. Number two, stress management, probably the biggest one of them all. If you're stressing about stuff, you're building a lot of cortisol, and cortisol over a sustained period of time creates habits of like, you want safety and safety and comfort. So you'll go and eat stuff that brings you comfort. Nothing wrong with that. Everything in moderation. However, if you're eating things, remember everything's placebo too, right? If you tell yourself that this chocolate bar is going to give you, acne and it's going to bring you more stress and you have hives and pimples and all kinds of stuff, and it's going to make you fat, then you're going to be fat. If you tell yourself that a chocolate bar has 25% grams of protein, or 30 grams of protein, then you're telling, and you really buy into that and believe it. Because look, think about it for a moment. If every label, I'm going to talk about this for a second. If every label lied about what's actually in it, and you looked at the label and you read it, right? And you've bought into like, oh, this thing will give me X, Y, and Z, like nutrients, then you'll get X, Y, and Z nutrients. It's a sugar, it's no difference between a sugar pill and a Tylenol. Like if they look identical, I'll take the Tylenol and I will generate this thing if I don't know. Like if somebody were to hand me a Tylenol, but it's actually a sugar pill, and they're like, here you go, man, here's a Tylenol for your headache or whatever. I'm like, thank you so much, I appreciate it, right? And I chug it down, and I'm like, okay, cool. I know my headache's gonna go away eventually because ultimately it's the power of the mind, right? So everything's placebo, but just one thing to know, like what you believe is what is going to be manifested into the physical. So again, if you're eating, lots of carbs, you could technically get shredded. You can actually get ripped and jacked, not bloated and fat. But it comes down to your belief in the end. I'm gonna have to start like cleaning this area up more and more because leaves are just coming down. They're gonna start flying down. What else? What else should I mention? Yeah, hydration is important. Very, very important. Your habits, your mindset or your mind mastery, your environment, your rest. All these things are taken into consideration just to get abs. And I've been doing abs for years, and I can tell you that ab exercises don't give you abs. They help strengthen your core so that you can lift heavier dumbbells and or have proper stances so you're not shaking like a gelatin figure, like that, right? You'll have better core stability. So, that's why I said like ab exercises don't give you abs. Like even if people say it's given me abs, these 10 exercises have given me abs, I can tell you right now, I can do those same 10 exercises, but it ain't gonna give me abs. What's gonna give you abs is in the kitchen. It's going to be managing your stress, your energy levels, your habits, your mindset, your mind mastery, your environment, your training, What kind of training are you doing? Are you doing resistance training? Are you doing cardio? Are you doing boxing? Are you doing ballet? Are you doing dancing? Are you laughing? Laughing is considered an exercise because that actually generates a lot of energy and it burns a lot of stuff. Are you running? Are you doing HIIT, cardio? Like, what are you doing, right? All these things take into consideration. Like, I still have a little bit of a pouch, right? I still have a little pouch, but it's not like that. It's like this. It's like very, very minimal pouch, right? And that's based on the stuff I eat. So there's that. Other than that, when we're doing these ab exercises, make sure you keep your lower back flat, not arching like this. Make sure it's flat on the mat. If you're having a hard time, put your hands underneath your butt for lower back support. And anything where you're lifting your legs, you can bend at the knees to give your legs a little bit of support. If not, keep your legs straight. Anything where we're lifting our torso up from the mat, make sure your lower back touches the ground first before your shoulder blades do. Make sure you breathe through your nose, out through your mouth. And if your nose is clogged, breathe in from your mouth and out from your mouth. So there's that. And then make sure you suck in your gut, pull in your navel, contract your core, bring in your belly button into your spine. That's basically all the same thing. You know how to do that. I don't have to tell you how to do that. It's like going from pregnant to contraction. So you know how to do all that. So with that being said, let's dive into it. It's 10:26, so just before 10:30. We'll be done before 10:40. The main quest and the side quests will be done, and then everything else can follow suit afterwards. So before I start, let me just clean up the mat because it's a little dirty. Perfect. There's a bump somewhere on the right here. That as long as I'm not on that bump, we're good. Yeah, right here. Okay. With that being said, let's dive right into it, shall we? I'm just going to go ahead and pull up a play out. Just saw a sister. She has a nice setup. She's starting the Tory method. Giving her a like. And then you have Ava Fit Pro, who's starting her stuff. She's got her stuff too. I support the people with, like, you know, who's doing their thing. Okay. Let's go back to Tiff and Dan. I haven't done this one in a while. Perfect abs. All right, y'all. Let's go. Let's go. 30 seconds of play, no rest. So we're starting with 1, 2, 3 crunch hold. So 1, 2, 3 hold. 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 And then we're gonna go to the right, or we're bringing our right hand to the left side. So you're contracting your obliques and your core here. Your obliques is the side ab muscles here, down closest to your rib cage. Okay, switching sides now. Reach through. Oblique heel taps. So if you're having a hard time with this one, keep your feet together and reach between your toes and your heels. So hollow hold. Single leg drop. L-sit toe touch is next. So if you can't touch your toes, touch your heels, touch your ankles, touch your shins, touch your knees, touch your thighs, touch your calves. Challenge yourself, but don't hurt yourself. Flutter kicks are next. Put your hands underneath your butt. Ah. Hip or twist hip lift. So you're twisting your hips when you're going up. Single leg extensions. You can bring your neck and your torso forward a bit. When your legs are going forward, it gives your body a little bit of extra contraction here. So we're doing side crunch to the left. So you're actually on the right side. So this is your obliques we're targeting. Then we're gonna flip the sides. Nope, we're not changing sides yet. We're staying on this side. So we're doing oblique crunches to the left. Okay, now we switch sides. Then we're gonna go to the right crunch now. Plank hip dips are next. So you're gonna be in your forearms here. Okay, you're just in a plank hold. Plank knee tucks are next. Okay, tabletop pulses are next. What's up, T-Bray? Slow bicycles are next. Final exercise. Congratulations, y'all, you're done. This song? Oh yeah. Dragon Ball, bro. I mean, technically, it is Dragon Ball, and it has a dragon inside of Dragon Ball. That's why it's called Dragon Ball. Okay, I'm gonna pause the music for a moment. Whew. Okay, we're done main quest and side quest now. So now we're gonna do some stretching. No, we don't do that yet. We don't do that yet. We're not done. We have still quite a few things to do. We have mobility training and our 55s to do. Today I decided to wear the thermal layer underneath instead of the Under Armour one. World of difference. More flexibility. Much warmer as well. Just I want to make sure I buy another one of these so that this one can become like my workout one, and my other one's like my going out one kind of thing. I'll probably pick up one for Black Friday. Normally they have them on a good deal. Just taking a moment to pause. I'll put back on some music in a moment. Main quest and side quests are done. What time is it? 10:41. Perfect. Do some arm circles. Who would have thought something in 2015 that I bought? Actually, no, I didn't buy this in 2015. I bought this in like 2013, 2012, 2013. Something I bought in 2013, 2012, 2013 era would be used in 2025. 10-year-old stuff, 11-year-old stuff being still used in 2025. Okay. Go down. See, when I move the body, cold disappears. It doesn't exist. But when the body isn't moving, like I'm just sitting and at the table, then cold exists. Yeah, so I attempted to watch the Everything Everywhere All at Once. Unfortunately, I went halfway through the movie and I fell asleep. It's not that I was bored, I was just exhausted and felt called to go to sleep. So the movie's technically halfway, so I'm gonna kind of scroll back a little bit and kind of watch the piece where it doesn't have Jackie Chan, but it looks like Jackie Chan because he fights like Jackie Chan, but it's not Jackie Chan. Because I'm like, that doesn't look like Jackie Chan. Like, he looks like Jackie Chan though, but it's not him. He doesn't, because he sounds different. He doesn't sound like Jackie Chan, and he's not putting on an accent. And his facial structure is slightly different from Jackie Chan. So I'm like, that's not Jackie. But he fights like Jackie Chan though. Like some of the moves he did fought like Jackie Chan. Like some of his kicks. So yeah, I'm gonna watch that during the stream before it gets copyright. Hell, Saved by the Bell got me blocked yesterday. So that live stream, I have to unblock it by removing all of the Saved by the Bell stuff. So annoying. That's why at this point, like, I have to either wear AirPods and just watch my shit, and you all just have to just like deal with silence, or find another thing and like, yeah. It sucks. I wish a tablet had that feature like like a Windows or Mac where you can send audio from one source to another, like a sound source. Because I can have like headphones playing, like headphones having the movie or whatever I'm watching, and you all still get like some audio. Like YouTube could be playing in the background, and you all hear the YouTube stuff while I'm watching a movie or something, or music. I don't know. Hey, someone in the Android world, can you create that? I mean, I attempted to find a software that does that, and I thought I did, but one thing happened to the software that it controls different volumes, but it doesn't allow different sources. So if I'm wearing Bluetooth, I don't like really having Bluetooth in my ear as much, but you know, I should look up something quickly actually regarding that. Don't think she's gonna know, but I'll just quickly YouTube it. How to enable multiple audio sources on Android.
How to enable multiple audio sources in Android phone. If you're trying to
doesn't work.
play different sounds or from different sources on your Android device, you're gonna have to first open up your settings. And once you open up your settings menu, you just have to go ahead and find your sound settings. So go ahead and tap on sounds and vibrations. Or if you are using a different Android device, you could have a different option here. And this is a Samsung device, so here on I have a separate app sound option where it allows me to enable multiple audio sources. So here you can just tap on turn on now. Click on select. Now you're gonna have to select your audio device.
I don't have that option. The fuck? And I have a Samsung device. Let's see. Go to sound and vibration. Oh, I do actually have it. Wait, select the audio device you want to use. So apps. Disney Plus. What else do I use? Can I not add apps? What the fuck? Play media sounds from apps you select on a separate audio device. Make sure you choose an audio device that is different from your main output device. Okay. But I can't add apps. The fuck? Like, that option is grayed out. Give me a second. I want to test something. I'm going to grab my Bluetooth headphones. Are these ones fully charged? Or are these ones dead? These ones are charged. Just want to check something. It's weird having my AirPods in without the wingtips, because they fall out so easily. Okay. So okay. If I have Chrome now, change. So now let's see. That doesn't work. That doesn't do shit. Wait. The audio device you selected to separate sound for is the same as change your main audio device to this tablet to separate sound. Okay. So tablet. Okay, cool. Now let's test something. Okay. So then if that now works there, oh, now you can add apps. Okay. The moment I add YouTube, that's it. You can only have 4 apps? I don't give a fuck about Brave. Netflix. It's stuck. Oop. Okay. So, does that mean that YouTube will play on my...
And then your app.
Okay, so if that be the case, if YouTube plays in the background,
If you want, you
so that means that VLC should be playing... Nope. VLC is not playing. The audio device you have selected to separate sound from certain apps, this tablet is same as your main. Okay. That's interesting. Now we got something working here. So VLC. Okay. That's cool. So now go to YouTube.
device and then your app.
Oh, I figured something out.
As well, like Spotify. So if I just go ahead and search for Spotify, I can add this as well. And once that is done, you can go back. And then from here, you can just select a device.
Okay. That means I have to be smart with the device. Okay. So I want to add VLC actually to this list. So technically Disney Plus can piss off. Google Chrome technically as well. YouTube and Netflix should play in the background. So VLC. I want to test something. This is going to be fun. So the ones that are selected are the ones that are going to play on the main tablet. The ones that are not going to play are the ones that I selected. So
You can go back.
So now if I go back here, okay, so VLC, YouTube, and Netflix. But Chrome, yeah. Ah, ha 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 ha, figure something out. That's right, let's go. So now then, you all get to hear, so let's see, if I play Deezer, let's see what happens. Interesting, y'all, interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay. So that's the only thing though now. All right, so now I'm gonna play VLC. Ooh. It's kind of bizarre because I'm layering one music and now I'm hearing the music here. Well, at least I know my tablet can do something. I just discovered something today. Okay. Okay. File manager? I gotta add some apps. Doo-doo-doo. You can only have 4 apps though that can do this, or 4 at a time. Okay. Oh, I know what has to be added. MX player. Do do. I'm seeing what other apps I can add. Interesting. Well, this is good. Figured out something. Now I have to like make sure I test. Like, I mean, I know when I can do that. I'd have to like, so the ones that are selected are the ones where it's gonna play on so the ones that are selected are gonna play on my AirPods. So no, the ones that are selected are playing on my tablet. Wait, hold on. The ones that are selected are the ones that are playing on the tablet speakers, and the ones that are not selected are the ones that are playing on my AirPods. Okay, so that means that if I play this movie should be playing in my AirPods. Yep, got it. So that movie's playing in my AirPods. Deezer's playing in my... Yeah, I can hear my honey's music. And... Okay. This is cool. My tablet has even more functionality now that I didn't even realize. How awesome is that? So technically, Facebook and Instagram should be added to this list. But you can only have 4 apps at once. So that makes sense. I'll add Discord. So again, the ones that are not Facebook and Instagram. So when I put away my AirPods now, just so that I know, will it go back to normal? It should. It should go back to normal. Okay, so See, we spent quite a few minutes now. If I go back, yep, that's everything's playing. This should be playing. Perfect, 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 perfect. I like it. I like it a lot. I like you and I want you. I like you. I like it. My tablet has now added a new feature. Nice. We're doing ab stretches here. Main quest and side quest are done. Now we just have optional and mobility training and warm up to do. This is cool. So now my computer has literally no practicality. So I just have to plan the apps out accordingly. So when I'm like listening to like TV shows and playing a video game or watching a movie, you all could be listening to music. Huh. And the ones that are, yeah, the ones that are selected are the ones that get sent to a different main source. So that means that these apps who are selected will go onto the tablet when I have Bluetooth plugged in. Unless I toggle it off. Fuck yeah. Samsung, good job. Good fucking job on that. Fuck yeah, let's go. Then I have two other sound assistant things. Individualize app. So add apps to change the volume of apps individually. Select the, oh shit, okay. All right. That makes so much sense now. Damn, let's go. YouTube. Fuck yeah. I'm excited when I realize some new stuff can be done on my tablet. MX Player, Instagram, Firefox. I don't use Google TV, but sure we'll add that. File Manager, Deezer, Discord, Clubhouse, City TV, CTV, Brave, Audible, where's Chrome? Chrome, yep. Pluto TV. Rogers. Twitch. Sportsnet. YouTube Music. Zoom. Waze. TikTok. I'm missing some, what's the other one? We have Pluto. There's another video app that I miss. What do they call it? Wait, what the fuck? Ah, fuck, I have to do that again. Okay. It's fine. Cody Road, Cody Roads. Cody Roads, Cody Roads. Tubi, that was the other one. Cool. Sound assistant. Media manner mode. When your phone is set to vibrate or mute, media is also muted. No, we don't want that. Select a step or... Volume control music with volume keys. Press and hold the volume key to go. No, don't want to do that. Favorite media app. Select an app to play and control music when you play. Interesting.
This is a sound test.
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 This is a sound test. This is a sound test.
This is a sound test.
This is a sound test.
This is a sound test. This is a sound test. Wait, what do you do here? Test 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. That's cool.
This is a sound test.
Figuring out a whole bunch of shit with our tablet today. Diving into some settings. Messing around with some shit. Very cool, very cool. Cool, whoa. You can do that. You can swap audio between left and right. Yo, that's a little bizarre. Okay. Cool beans. I'll have to mess around with some of this stuff in a bit. For now, though, this is wild. There's so much more apps I can add now. So, Audible. Can only do one at a time, though, it seems. CBC Gem. Oops. Continue to add. City TV. Clubhouse. CTV. Edge. I don't really use Edge browser, but Global TV. Cody. Plex. Pluto TV. Remusic. Rogers Xfinity. Sportsnet. This is wild, though. TikTok. Twitch. Tubi. Does it go in some weird ass order? It's kind of weird. Zoom. Udemy. White noise generator. That one's actually going to be interesting. Because I could actually do that. I can actually play white noise generator on my AirPods while you all listen to music. It's like I can zone out shit. Steam, technically. Wow. Let's go. We figured some shit out with our tablet. Let's go. We're gonna kind of do mobility trainings half and half. Like kind of like do some here and there. So you know what? Let's do a test. This will be a real world test now. Let's go grab our AirPods 4. So what we're gonna do, you all are gonna hear music, and I'm going to hear like a TV show or something. When you wake up in the morning and you're I want to see if how this is gonna function. By that time I'm not it's alright cause I'm saved by the bed. Cool. All right, you all are hearing. You're hearing that. Dan, da, 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 da. I'm gonna play Deezer. Oh, you all retain that sound. Interesting. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. Baby, da, ba, da. Ha, 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 ha. Let's see something. So you all hear that, and then I go back to. Oh wow, that's cool. This is cool. This is interesting. This is wild, actually. You all hear music, but I hear the movie. Thank you, Samsung tablet, for being awesome. I love this tablet even more now. I just don't like wearing shit in my ears. It's true. Nothing does matter. Y'all are thinking I'm gonna be going crazy now though. Cause you're like, are you watching something? Yeah, I'm watching a movie. While you all hear music, I get to hear a movie. This was what I wanted all along. This ability right here. Samsung has this feature. I can't believe they have this feature in the tablet. And I can go inside, listen to something. This is cool. This is crazy. Okay, so that's cool. That's super cool. Now, the question is, where's the video player? Go to the file manager. Ooh. I think I also have to set this setting. Yep, my files. As well. Let's see. This is good. I can hear two things at once with my tablet. So good. I love this. I love the fact that I can listen to some content or a movie or other music and you all get to hear something for yourself. Thank you, tablet. That makes me happy that my tablet can do this. I've unlocked something awesome. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, oh. 33. It's true. Can't hold stuff from the past, indeed. I'm watching a video with Katie while you all get to hear music. This, I love this. Forgiveness is key. I forgive you, money, and all the previous incarnations that I've had with money and my perceptions of you. Yep, negative associations. Value. I forgive myself, forgive my family for that, my environment, all of it. I hold zero grudges with money. It's not money's fault. And money gets to change for me, and I get to change. Yeah. Thank you, Katie, for that. It's true. Nope. $44. Yep. Yep. Yes, we did. I'm gonna test something. Very good. Let's see. What's next? Oh, it's 12 o'clock. Nice. How can I serve? Yes. Super Saiyan 3. Yeah, how can I help people? It's not about me either. All right, we're starting over. 3, 2, 1, go. Very good. Awesome. Ruff, 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 ruff. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow. Nice. All right. Actually, we have one more thing to do. We did it. I'll be back. Jesus, man, it's crazy. So much goddamn junk downstairs in the laundry room. I have to go inside and like put things in the storage room because it's just staying out there. It really starting to piss me off. This house, I just want to take everything, like just like chuck it. Went downstairs just to like get milk, and I saw all this bunch of shit. I'm like, it's starting to piss me off. I really just wanted to take everything and burn it. I didn't spend almost September, October, November, 2.5 months going down there, cleaning shit up for more shit to be going down in there. They keep collecting bullshit. No wonder this house is full of cloggages and shit. The less you have, the more energy flows. The more you have, the less energy flows. That's just as simple as that. Especially garbage that's not necessary. I don't care if anybody gets pissed off at me that I'm like, what the fuck? I don't want to be going into the laundry room and I'm taking a shower and I see all this bullshit in front of me. Fucking hate clutter. Shit's so fucking annoying. By the way, I'm listening to a video while you all listening to music. I figured out a solution to one of my problems of like having audio sources. Cheers, y'all. Came out with such a frustration. Fucking hate that feeling. I'm gonna get out of here. That's the main important thing I gotta do is get the fuck out of here. I gotta open up an opportunity. I don't care if I have to stay with someone who's at least more competent. I'll figure out a solution. I still have a little bit more stuff to clean out, but like my stuff isn't like organized, like a little slab of wall. There's nothing else that belongs to me down there besides that little slab of wall. And even then I have to purge a little bit more. Donate some stuff, like some boxes are not necessary. Sell some things. There is one thing that I'm not selling ever. It's my fight stick. I have a fight stick. It's an arcade stick, if you're wondering. It took me forever to acquire the parts for that, to get that stick that works on both PS4 and I think PS5 and PC. I had to order something off of Amazon, on eBay a pink frame that it was originally all red, and I was like, yeah. Took me a while to get that. So I'm taking that with me, my fight stick, because plan to be using that and beating up N guys in fighting games. Crazy. It's 12:39. We're done pretty much everything. Should put on my watch again. All right. Still listening to the video right now. Since I figured out something new with the tablet today, which was awesome, because I was like, I gotta solve a solution. There's a problem I want to solve. The one thing I'm good at is solving problems very quickly and not lingering in them for too long. So there was a solution. I was like, all right, I want to be able to listen to like a movie while you all get to hear like music or something, or like a video, and you all get to hear like maybe something else on YouTube, right? That way you all get to hear some stuff, I get to hear some stuff. Like if I want to watch like Saved by the Bell right now, I can watch Saved by the Bell or watch a movie while you all get to hear music or, you know, something, right? And the thing is, like, I didn't know Samsung had this feature. It was built in all along, and I just figured it out. It's been there the entire time. I was looking for software that's outside of Samsung, and also they also have something where you can control the individual sliders of each app. And I bought an app for $8 and it doesn't even work, which is okay. I circulated some $8 just to support them. It's only another version of me. But, you know, when I would use that app, my VLC wouldn't even work. So I'm like, this is why the computer has this ability that's so much more powerful than the tablet. But the thing is, the tablet has the ability now at least to hold 4 different apps using a different audio source. So if you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about, let me explain. Let me pause this video because there's talking. Basically put, I have my earpods in. So there's a video playing right now, right, from the tablet, but it's also playing music simultaneously. Now, yes, I can play 2 things at once, but then you're gonna hear both things on the same speaker. So it's gonna be like, what the hell we're listening to? So I've been able to separate the audios, the sources, if you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about. This is the IT brain. I'm like, there's got to be a way to route the audio to my AirPods for this thing and route the audio to this thing to the tablet speaker. So that way you all can still hear music and I can hear what I desire to hear without any copyright. Now this isn't copyright, so it doesn't really matter. So again, I thought Samsung didn't have this feature, but apparently they had it built in the entire time. So I solved the problem, which was pressing. I could have had this sorted out for months. So this is good. I have a solution. And of course, like, I wanted an app where you can control the individual audios. So like, I want Facebook to be at 53% and I want YouTube to be at 100%. So like, if I'm playing them simultaneously, I can drop one, still listen to one, and have one more louder than the other. So like, let's say I'm watching Netflix and YouTube. When I'm watching those 2 together, I can go into the settings, open up YouTube, open up Netflix, and then control the audio, like the volume, saying that Netflix will be louder than YouTube. And I got that problem solved too. I basically knocked out 2 problems today with my tablet. I don't think there's any other problem with my tablet. I have ability to, well, there is one other one. It's certain videos are not like going from one to the next autoplay. But that's easy solution. There's a solution to that one, MX Player. But MX Player has an annoying thing with it with when there's like if you pause it for a bit, it has ads. And I was looking for the version, like a paid version I can buy with no friggin' ads, but there is no MX Player that you can buy with no ads. So VLC, unfortunately, does not play things from my network, which kind of sucks. Well, it can, but for some dumb reason, the password to my Android box isn't working now. And I know the password. Weird. I know the username and I know the password, but yet the username is not working on it. So it's stupid. It's weird. Otherwise, VLC would be my main player. I'm not hungry yet. I'm gonna just spend some time just like cooling off. I'm still a little heated at the moment. I didn't yell at anybody, but I'm sure they heard what I was saying. I'm like, fucking junk, like, come on. Like, I don't know if any of you who, actually, you know what? I shouldn't say anything because if I do, that might offend someone. So let me not say what I was gonna say. But I will say this. For any of you who have clutter and junk all over the fucking place, Like, if you are not receiving abundance, like, when I left here, abundance started flowing to me. Like, opportunities were endless. But because I'm seeing clutter again and junk, that shit is bothering me. And I don't like clutter. I fucking hate it. Especially when I'm going downstairs to take a shower, seeing all kinds of bullshit down there. Like, it's fucking annoying. You got all these like clothes hang, like this like clothes rack. There's 2 of them now. It's not just 1, but 2 to dry clothes because they're too. I'm not rich enough to use the dryer often. It's stupid. What the fuck do you think a dryer is meant for? Not to use to dry your clothes? Sure, there's certain clothing like you don't put in the dryer, like delicates, but these are clothes that you can put in the dryer. And the dryer is not taking as much energy as some old ass dryer. This one is more energy efficient. But they still have it fucking wired in their head that the new stuff is still taking up as much energy as old stuff. This is why I have to get the fuck out of here. Universe, like I'm telling you right now, universe, we gotta find a fucking like door. Like, let's open a fucking door and let's get the fuck out of here. Like, I'm so sick and tired of hearing little bullshit things. Really pisses me off. So fed up. See, when I was living on my own, let me explain something to you all. When I was living on my own, even with my ex-wife, we kept our place in tidy order. Now, she was a little bit of a slob, and I got really annoyed by that because she would leave a bunch of dishes in the sink. Like, I'm working like 60-hour weeks, 70-hour weeks, and at least I know she had school and stuff. The least she could do was clean the dishes. Nope, she didn't clean the dishes. She cooked. Cooking things that I didn't really give a shit about, to be honest. No offense, ex-wife. Love you, respect you, but like, you know, I'm just letting shit out right now. I'm just venting it all out so I can get out of my system. Purge it. Get this energetic release, you know? I mean, sometimes you gotta talk shit out to release shit out of you. So I'm gonna let it out right now. This is my verbal vomiting session right now. Now, I know better and I'm aware, but I'm letting it out. So if anyone who's listening, this is not me complaining, this is just me getting shit out, okay? I don't care if you judge me anyways, it doesn't really matter. Anyways, but you know, at least when we were living together, or at least when shit was clean, like it was fucking clean. Like organized, clean, the closets were clean, like we had our clothing nicely folded, clean. Like everything was just, the bathroom was clean. Like there wasn't like comb here and this thing here and that thing there and this thing there and that thing there and that thing there and that thing there. Everything was in pristine fucking order. I like shit where it belongs. Yes, you can call me OCD and that's fine, but I like my shit where it's supposed to be. If the thing is supposed to be here, then it's supposed to be here. It's not supposed to be there, it's supposed to be there. Now, of course, I'm a very reasonable person. I'm very open. I'm more flexible now than I was back then. However, like, come on. Like, really? There is a bunch of containers in another big-ass container. You have a storage room. You're not using these containers. Put the shit away, or at least start dumping some of the shit out. Why are you collecting containers? Such like little things, just little things bother me here. But then one of you will be like, you shouldn't let little things bother you, Orion. Well, it's not bothering Orion, it's bothering Andre, and Andre needs to get the fuck out of here. So, for those of you who desire to be in a relationship with me, well, guess what? Any one of you who ever desire to be in a relationship with me, you better believe that if that were to ever happen, it's not happening though, but if it were to ever happen, your ass is cooked. Because if you're a slob, I'm gonna call your shit out. And I'm gonna take your shit and chuck it. If I even see it in like some weird ass place, I'm gonna chuck it. That's why like I'm meant to live fucking alone. That way it's my stuff, and if I make whatever mess, I am the one responsible for it. Now, of course, when it comes to Lindsay, it's a different story. Well, why is she different than anybody else? Because she has to build costumes. She has to put things, like she is a superstar and she has stuff all over the place, and her stuff, there's a lot of stuff over the years. So like, I've come to accept Lindsay and her chaos. But anybody else, what's your excuse? Like my room, like yes, it's in a little bit of a disarray right now because I keep coming in and out with dirt with my shoes. I'm walking in the room with my shoes on, which I never usually do ever. But I'm like, fuck it right now, because like, you know, there's gonna come a point where I won't be streaming much and I won't be streaming outside. There's gonna come a point where, you know, this is gonna end, the stream is gonna end outside. Like, there is gonna come a point where it's gonna be too friggin' cold that I'm gonna have to be inside. Unless the universe graces me with a fucking opportunity that allows me to get the fuck out of here, where I can continue to stream. I just need a fucking opportunity, universe. I know there's an opportunity out there. Let the subconscious mind, like, take your fucking thunderbolt and shove it up my goddamn like subconscious mind's ass and blow it up so I can start from scratch where I have no, like, nothing. I'm blank slate and like all opportunities are all already open. Let's go. Come on. Shove that thunderbolt up my subconscious ass right now. Blow it up. Please. Blow it up. Open up the possibilities. Let me see the possibilities. I know there's infinite possibilities. I logically know this. Stop with the fucking logic though. I want to feel the infinite possibilities. Give me an opportunity so that I can go speak on some stage and make some X amount of dollars where I'm like, oh my God, this guy's the best speaker ever. I am the best fucking speaker ever. That's right. Open up an opportunity where I'm speaking on stage and I'm helping people, because it's not about the money. It's about helping people, and the money will come after that. And I'm purposely not doing it for the money. I'm doing it to help people. But I do deserve to have what I'm meant to have. So I'm not going to push that shit away. So open up a fucking speaking opportunity. I'm demanding it. I know you don't want me to demand stuff. So let me ask you nicely. I know you're not a dude. I know you're not some dude. You're fucking energy. I declare that you open up a possibility for me to speak, where I'm speaking to thousands, not 10 or 5 people, thousands of people who will get transformed with everything that I say. Put me into that state and I will hammer it. I promise you, I will kick down the door, and I will not only kick down the door, I will serve those people, and I will help your children. Because your children are not mine. They're your children that you brought to the earth. So give me that opportunity, open it up, get me out of here so I can go help people, and we can be done with this shit. Or take me out of this place. Like, take me off of Earth, because I don't want to be here anymore. I'm not sad, I'm not depressed. I'm done. I'm fed up. That's the worst, that's a pretty bad feeling to be in though. Being fed up. Yeah, I'm fed up. Who is that? Are these people like gonna come around the houses and like start like asking about like Jesus Christ stuff? No, doesn't look like they are. Because, you know, whenever you see some random person you've never seen and they have like a binder in their hand, you never know what they're, you know, they probably say, I'm part of the Jesus Christ blah, blah, blah ministry and blah, 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 blah. Well, they are randomly going to someone's house, which, unless they're related, which I know they're not. They're probably going to go around knocking from door to door. I don't like wearing Bluetooth for long. That's only going to be used for when there's times where I want to watch a movie and I'm streaming, of course. You know, universe, I'm gonna just talk to the universe for a moment. You know, universe, I really don't want to stop streaming. I want to stream every day for the rest of my life. I really do. But if it's not bringing me what I desire, and like, you know, you're not gonna help me with resources, then what's the point of me streaming? Look, I love streaming, I love doing what I'm doing, but like, it's gotta be able to be sustainable. Like, I was expecting that this was gonna make me at least hundreds of dollars a day. Being realistic, minimum $100 a day. $100 a day times 30 days is $3,000. That's minimum. Like, minimum expectation was to have at least $3,000 per month. That's just not a lot for me. That's like chump change for me. $10,000 would be like minimal. That would require $300? $300 times 30 is, no, that's not enough. I think it has to be $1,000. Yeah, $1,000. $1,000 a day? If I could make $1,000 a day, just $1,000 a day, that's $30,000 a month. Doing what I'm doing, like live streaming, helping people, and I'm not having to ask. People are just doing it. Some days I make more. Some days I make the threshold amount. Like, I'll do these live streams. I'm not doing it. Let me rephrase it. I'm doing this to help people. And it is pure, and it has been pure, but like, I've had enough. Like, I've helped a lot, I've helped enough. Like, I've been over delivering, over giving. I've been oversharing, over giving, over delivering. And you still have not provided me with anything of monetary value. Like, nothing has been monetary value. Like, yes, some people have donated. I've made at most $117 on this stream, which is good. I mean, money, that's good. But I require more. A lot more than that. That may sound selfish, but I require more than that. To be sustainable, so I can do this shit around the world, like I require thousands. So universe, what are you waiting for? Like I logically know that I am wealthy. You want me to tap into a frequency? You want me to change this and do this? I'm doing it. So what's going on here? I know there's a germination period. I get that. But like, can you please like at least open up a fucking opportunity that allows me to get going? Like, what the fuck? You're the fucking universe. You can do anything. You can make shit appear out of nowhere. You made a rainbow appear out of nowhere yesterday. You're the one that's causing all this weather, right? You're the one that's you're the thing that's putting the earth in the way it is. Like sun is today here and sun is there and cloud is here, and you're placing every cloud exactly where it is. Or I think you are. I know you're not some dude in the sky. It still feels like that though. So there's a feeling alignment. I know that you're mechanical, you're not moral. I know you don't give a shit about any of us. I know you're not favoring some over others. I know that much. Because if you were favoring some over others, then it'd be certain race over other races. Like I've seen brown people prosper, I've seen black people prosper, I've seen white people prosper, I've seen Chinese people prosper. I've seen all kinds of race prosper. Native Americans have been prospering. Spanish people are prospering. Mexican people are prospering. Lots of people are prospering. Australians, Europeans, South Americans, Indians. Like everybody's prospering. But then there's the other side. I've seen the same cultures also struggling. So I know you're not favoring anybody. It's all a mirror. It all comes from within. I'm well aware of that. It all comes from within. It's all from within. All within. You know, it's funny. I'm going to probably get at least another like 1,000 or 2 steps by me just walking back and forth. Universe, you're lucky. You are so lucky. I don't have the power right now because that music that's playing right now, I just like snap my finger and everything would turn ablaze on this planet. Every single thing in person will be set ablaze. If I tap into the original Orion, he was merciless. You think he cared about other people? No. The original Orion would have set things ablaze. Bang. The original Orion, who is the one who started the Orion Wars? That is me, by the way. I went to protect it, but then I also went to destroy it. I was a dualistic soul. Sort of like a double agent. Sort of like Itachi Uchiha, whoever knows Itachi. Itachi both played bad guy and he was the hero of the Leaf. Because the elders of the Hidden Leaf village sent him on a mission. But he went on a mission with the Akatsuki, and the Akatsuki was that band of outcast people who decided, and they're very powerful people, and he never once faltered from his mission. As an Akatsuki member, he actually did things. He went against the village, like he killed his mom and dad. I'm not saying, but he did do that, and he went to protect his brother, but he still fought against his brother, and he almost killed his brother many times. So Orion is a double agent from back in the day. My home was destroyed. My home, not anybody else's home. I don't care if any one of you were living on the same planet I was. It was my home. It belonged to me. I was the ruler of that planet. It was destroyed. And I had to face other versions of me, and we systematically destroyed it together. And we all had to come to Earth. Like millions of souls have to come to Earth and then start reincarnating on Earth, because this has been our new home. But I don't care about Earth in that degree. I do love Earth, but I don't fully care about it because I don't want to be here. This isn't my home. I'm meant to be somewhere else. I'm meant to be traveling the cosmos again, conquering things. I remember when I heard this, you're the hero pretending to be, you're the bad guy pretending to be the hero. Yep. But I wasn't born evil. But I still choose the side of darkness at times over the side of light. It's just easier. I like the shadow side. I like my shadow version. I used to reject it for several years of this journey. Like, I don't ever want to be negative. It's not about being, the dark side has nothing to do about being negative. I just have had, countless of lifetimes living in different bodies over and over, and I'm at a point where this is like my last lifetime. I'm done after this. Like, I'm done. So let this be my last time that I'm here. Let me make sure I can take Goku and Lacus and Naruto and Ichigo and Atem and Jin Woo-sung and Princess Peach and Mewtwo and what else? And Atem and Dark Magician Girl and Dark Magician and Final Fantasy 9 and all the Final Fantasy except for Final Fantasy 12, which I think is not a great game in my opinion. For all those people that love Final Fantasy 12, I'm so sorry, that game sucks in my opinion. It's a terrible game. Story's alright. Game is absolutely abysmal in my opinion. The battle system is just atrocious. I just brought if it was like 10,000 people listening to this right now, I just made 10,000 people upset because most people love Final Fantasy 12. I don't like Final Fantasy 12. That game should not even be called Final Fantasy. Anyways, give me my Final Fantasies that I like, my Tales of that I like, and let me go to the other side with those things intact. That way I have all of those things. I'm not going to be missing anything. What time is it now? It's 1:13. I'm getting all of it out of my system right now. Just purging shit as much as I can. All right, universe. You wanted me to do these live streams. I am grateful that I did become aware of a lot more things that I wouldn't have become aware of sooner if I hadn't done these live streams. So for that, I am very grateful for that. What I'm not grateful for right now is the very fact that you have not brought me my resources in the physical. You have not materialized it yet. I'm not grateful for that. You made this more harder than it has to be. And I've been doing my best to stay in the right frequency. Hi, sister. I'm venting stuff out. I know I got this. I'm just looking for an opportunity to open the door, speak on stage, make millions of dollars, and then basically say, fuck this planet. I'm not even really looking for the money, but that money is owed to me now. It was my birthright. Trillions. It is owed to me. In blood. In full. By the way, I saw the movie. I didn't fully watch it out. So he does look like Jackie Chan, but it's not Jackie Chan. So I was watching it last night. Good movie. I got to halfway, but I went... And I was like, he looks like Jackie Chan. He fights like Jackie Chan, but is not Jackie Chan. I'm like, wait a minute. His face looks slightly different than Jackie. And then I'm like, he doesn't sound like Jackie, but he throws his kick like Jackie Chan. I'm like, okay, so I have to ask, I'm like, hey Alexa, is this Jackie Chan? Like, is Jackie Chan in Everything Everywhere All at Once? And Alexa said no. So I'm like, okay, then, and I went and looked it up on Google. I'm like, okay, it's some other dude. I'm like, but he looks like Jackie Chan. He does look like Jackie Chan though. Yeah, you see about the whole networking thing, I don't like people's energies. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to do like, those events that you've been to. I don't want to be around people like that. Those people just make me, right? Like when I was in Vegas, like, yes, I got to experience some cool stuff, but like, I'm not all about the rah, sis kumbah. Like, I don't give a shit about the Tony Robbins kind of energy. Like, all those people can go, You know what I'm saying? But I'm also not love and light and namaste either. Those people can also go, You know what I want? I want real people. Like, by real, I mean people who are actually being real and not fake, and putting some fake ass bullshit on, like, and presenting themselves as some fake ass bullshit. If you want to speak like this, you speak like this. You want to drop some F-bombs, you want to say the N-word, then you go ahead and say the N-word. I want to see real shit like that. I want to be around people like that. I'm magnetizing people like that. I want that kind of people. I don't want all them like pretty faces and like suit dudes and pretending to be something that they're not. Like, I know we're all one, but come on, like there's a lot of like, that's why, like, networking, I don't like that word specifically, because networking implies that I have to network with these fake ass versions of me. You know what I'm saying? Because they're all me. It's weird. That's why I'm like, make a bunch of money and just say, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Let me see what you said. It turned into Goddess Journey for that woman. It's a very physiological movie. That movie was based on the hero's journey of a woman, based on Joseph Campbell's hero, the journey of a man. Yeah, I'm gonna be watching it out today. I attempted to watch it last night, but because I was falling asleep, I was like, I had to just like pause it. I was halfway. I got to the part where the daughter, she's like the bad person or something. Like, I don't know the name of that some weird name that they said. And they're like in a hallway scene, and the hands turn into hot dogs. I'm there. I'm at that part right now where the hands turn in, like the fingers are hot dogs. And then there's like the Indian girl and the white dude, and then they're like licking each other's hands or whatever, their fingers. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? At first, I was like, why is this movie like talking in both Chinese and English, and they're kind of like, it's like, what is going on here? Like at the beginning of the movie, I was going crazy because I'm like, did I download the wrong version or something? Or is there a glitch in the movie? Because like they're talking in Chinese and English back and forth. It's like some words are in English and Chinese. I'm like, and it's bothering me because it's not staying consistent. It was bothering me. I'm not gonna lie. The first little bit was bothering me, especially when they were like in the cleaning, like in the laundromat, and like all kinds of stuff is happening. Like, what is happening here? But I knew what was happening. It's basically what happens in everybody else's mind. 10 million things just screaming at you. That's what she was experiencing. She's having like sensory inputs, like so many things like coming at her. And like her brain wants to explode essentially. And I can see it because like even my brain wanted to explode. Seeing all this like stuff, like you're hearing this person, this thing, that thing, that thing, that thing, that thing. That's why I personally like quiet and solitude over like loud noise. That's why, like, you know, how do I say this? When I'm in, like, when I was in Vegas, right? There's a bunch of like sensory stuff, right? Like shit's going on, like, but I could handle it because it wasn't like Tony Robbins, like, you know, right? We weren't doing that kind of stuff. It wasn't boring. Like, they made it engaging, but it wasn't like, get up and dance and yeah, you know, it wasn't any of that stuff. But yeah, let's see. The movie is deep. It's about us rejecting our own parts and losing ourselves, then finding ourselves, the wholeness of our soul. Yeah, that makes sense. Right now, like, I was like seeing what is happening in this movie. So at the end, but it's prototype, and mirrors till she, that makes sense. That's why I'm accepting myself of resenting humans and resentment. Like, I'm accepting this version, even though it's not me, I'm accepting this aspect of this vessel because I don't align with this. That's not the word I'm looking for. I don't assign myself as this vessel. I'm just with this vessel, and this vessel has, you know, its own narratives and stuff that I don't entertain. But like, because, you know, I've now kind of separated myself from the other self, but I know I'm all whole, creating its own identity. That's why I said this earlier in the morning. I'm like, you know, when I was younger, I said I felt like I had 10 souls in my body. And I was like, well, it's like 10 different people living in my body. I've always said this when I was younger, when I was like 13, 14, and I said this and people thought I was crazy. I felt like I had like 10,000 or like 10 people living in my body. Of course, people were like, what's wrong with this guy? Now I come to realize, you know, it's been different aspects of me who's lived countless of lives, right? And, well, I can't even say it's me because there's no me. This me doesn't exist. I'm not real. So this thing, right? This vessel that's just kind of dwelling here, the original me, the source me, the me before any body is the real me. These are not real me's, right? But here we are. And what am I saying? So, you know, because this vessel or this soul has lived many, many lives, that's why it felt like I was like, I've been many, many things. And so, you know, what you shared about the woman in the movie, like, I'm gonna watch the movie out in a bit. I figured out a solution to a problem on the tablet, which I'm happy about. Yeah. Yeah, it's all about accepting all parts of ourselves, even when you're like friggin' like annoyed by something and frustrated about something. Accept it. Right now, I'm accepting the version of me that's venting shit out. Cause all I want to do right now is say to the universe, even though that's really, it's myself telling myself that. It's like, you know? It's funny. The funny thing is, like, I'm aware of all this stuff, and like I said, logically you could know all this stuff, but if your subconscious still doesn't believe all this stuff, it doesn't matter what you say about yourself, to yourself, for yourself, as yourself, through yourself, by yourself. It doesn't matter. Your subconscious mind still rules the game, right? That's why I said, take a thunderbolt, universe, and shove it up the subconscious's mind's ass right now and blow up my subconscious mind. Like, completely dismantle the subconscious mind, like annihilate it, eradicate it, decimate it, destroy it. Absolutely insert the most powerful destructive word you can possibly put and do that. That way I start from blank slate, which technically, right, you can just snap your finger and you're a blank slate now, because you can change in every present moment. Remember, I have all the tools. But you know, I'm allowing the energy out so that it can come out and I can see what it's attempting to say to me or say to the vessel, and Orion can just like kind of look at it and like, okay, I see that you're still holding on to this thing that you feel like everything you do, nothing works for you. Okay, we see that. Then this thing over here, you still have this deep-seated hate towards humans. Okay, cool, that's right there. I see that. Okay, this thing here, you truly despise like being human. Okay, cool. There's this thing here. And this thing here, okay, you know, the clutter pisses you off. Okay, cool. What else? And just like calling it all out, seeing it, and not buying it as me or as the vessel, but just calling it out and just like out, transmute, and then still acknowledge the parts of me, because I'm whole and complete. I'm perfect, right? I am perfect. I am whole and complete. But the third dimensional thinking mind is not. And that right there, excuse me, and that right there is what I'm like, it's this constant like, it's this all the time. And I'm like, can we be done with this? Like, this has to stop. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I have many gifts. But the thing is, my goal was to make thousands of dollars per day on a live stream. That was my goal. Make passive income, doing what I love, loving what I do. I love doing this stuff. I'm sharing my gifts. I'm helping people. So why isn't the resources showing up? That's the question, right? Yes, you've donated, and I fully receive it, and I fully acknowledge it, and I take it in, and I fully accept it, right? I took all of that, and I fully accepted it. But I want more, because I deserve more. You know what I'm saying? I deserve a lot more. And I don't mean, I'm not saying, you know, the amounts that were given by anyone was like low. No, I respect whatever amount was given to me, whether it was $1 or $10 or $20, I respect it all. But I deserve more, a lot more. I deserve more. I'm meant to have as much as I desire. I'm not meant to have minuscule amounts, you know what I'm saying? Nor do you, nor do anybody else. You all deserve to have billions of dollars, trillions of dollars if you like. Not hundreds of dollars, not thousands of dollars. You should have millions, billions, trillions, or whatever is enough for you. So for me, I know my value and I know that I'm meant to have trillions. I know it. The stuff that I have to share with the world is worth trillions of dollars. It is. I know it is. But just because the logic says that, that doesn't mean the subconscious mind buys into that, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like it's one of these things, like I want to live stream and make X amount of dollars like other streamers, because there's other streamers out on the world right now playing video games for 6 hours a day. I don't want to stream video games like for 6 hours. I don't want to do that. I want to speak. I want to share. I want to give my heart and pour into everybody and get them to change and have transformation and get paid to do that. That's my passion. I love speaking. I'm the best damn speaker on this planet. This world does not have a better speaker than this version right here. This person right here speaks the best. I don't care if I stutter, I'm still the world's greatest speaker on the planet. But I should get paid what I deserve. And that's by using my gift, the voice, and changing lives. Right? There are other speakers getting paid to do that. No offense to other versions of me, but they ain't changing lives like I am. I've changed lives. Right? Yeah. Exactly. And that's the reason why. And I shouldn't have to ask for that. People should just give. I don't want to be saying, can you donate to me? Can you please donate to my No. You donate because, and the universe should know to just tell that person, donate to him without me having to ask. I shouldn't have to ask. Yes, there are people who say, like, if you feel called, subscribe to my Patreon channel and blah, 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 blah. That's fine. But I don't want to do all that. I don't want to do all that. This is going beyond the logic. Universe, if you want to support me, then make sure I don't have to do any of that. I'll continue to serve for hours and hours on end. Just fucking give me the resources. That's it. That's all I'm asking. I'm not even asking for like the mountain and a fucking planet. I'm asking for just some resources. That's it. And I will continue to do this. But it's not sustainable. There's gonna come a point where I'm gonna have to just like figure out something else. But I love doing this stuff. This is my passion. I love this stuff. I can do this all day without even putting in any effort. This is my passion. I know what my passions are. I found it through the live streams, you know? Yeah, but I don't want to do all that. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to do all these human garbage to make money like that. I don't want to do that. I want to get paid for my stream. That's it. Maximilian dude, he gets paid to play video games. People donate to him all the time. He makes hundreds of dollars a day. I don't want to have to do all that. And he doesn't ask people to donate. People just want to donate because they like what he does. I want people to like what I'm saying and to donate because I'm helping them, not because I'm asking them to pay. I'm basically saying, here's what I have to offer. I know the value, because it's all about value, right? I'm sure you watch one of Katie's videos. She talked about value. Money is nothing but value, right? I know my value. Once upon a time, I doubted my value. I don't doubt my value anymore. I know my value. I know you know your value too. I know my value. And my value is helping people. And I have every friggin' answer in the planet. There is not a damn soul that knows as much as I do from an awareness standpoint. Technically, we all have the same answers though. But my point to say is, I am the one who is here, who has quectosane. I am quectosane. I'm the only quectosane human on the planet who has all the answers. All the answers. Technology, done. Spirituality, done. Esoteric, done. Mysticism, done. Financial literacy, done. Just because I may not physically have doesn't mean that I have lack mindset. Oh no 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 no. You haven't even seen 1% of what I know when it comes to the financial aspect. Why do you think I went to Vegas to cultivate some wisdom that was already within me? We all have all the answers, right? But my point to say is right now, I am the most aware human on the planet. There is no one who goes beyond me in my universe because I am El Supremo. Just like no one goes above you in your universe, you're El Supremo or El Suprema. But I should get paid for what I'm doing. And this is a job to me. This is my work. This is my passion. I love helping people. I love it. You are a speaker too. And I know when you speak on stage, it lights your soul on fire. It brings that energy out. This is my virtual stage. This is my stage. Every day, this is my stage. I get to share. And I know when you're speaking on stage, and I know that feeling because I feel that feeling every time I get to live stream. When I'm in that flow and I'm helping someone and it's really making a difference in their life. I'm not doing it for me, I'm doing it for them. And in that moment, I forget about me. I forget about money, I forget about all that stuff. I'm focusing on serving. Like right now, I've completely, like, money aside, like I'm serving, right? Let's see. Exactly. I know. That's the problem. So, universe, you're going to have to come up with a solution through me, through this vessel at this point. Because I'm not doing no Telegram. I'm not doing some sleazy ass Telegram shit. I definitely ain't doing coaching. I could give fuck all about coaching. Because I don't want to coach. Coaching sounds like low level bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a coach. I'm a mirror. But again, in the world, what the fuck is a mirror, right? I'm not obfuscating. I'm being quite simple. It really is quite that simple. I should get paid to do what I love. It's just that simple. And I know what I love. And I know what I love to do. I love using my sound tools, my healing forks. When I get my sound bowls, I'll be using my sound bowls more. I love speaking. And I love sharing. And I love to help people to discover that they are capable of anything and everything because they are everything. I love when I get to tell someone who they actually are and not who they think they are. I get to tell them that they are the creator, that they are the ones who can change their own lives, that they can change other lives, that they were born whole and complete. And when I get that feeling, nothing stops me. Like right now I have that feeling, nothing stops me. Like I feel invincible. Like money now is irrelevant. Like I'm not even thinking about that. Like complete servitude wipes out my frustration immediately. Like I'm in servitude right now. Because you're here, you're speaking. But when no one's here, right? When no one is here, then I'm like, whatever, I'm just chilling at this point. But I can go for hours talking like this, even if there is nobody here. But there came a point where I'm like, what's the point of me talking if there's no one here? No one's listening, so why should I talk, right? Until someone shows up, then I start talking. And then I can get into a flow like this. But that requires that the live stream has to be a little bit busy, right? So like, yes, the universe has given me some time to kind of like chill out, but I would like the live streams to be busy, and also I'm making hundreds of dollars a day, minimum, if not thousands. I know what I desire and I'm going to have what I desire, and I'm not going to have to ask for it. People are just going to do it. let me see, lots of people, I sure do have that gift, and so do you. You have that gift too. You have that power. I know. Well, T-Bray is more for like jokes. Soul Fam, yes, he keeps coming back. I know. You remember when we were in San Diego and you were speaking? When I heard you speak, I felt your heart. And I know when you were speaking, like, it brings this like this kind of energy out, right? And you're like, you had all of us engaged. Like, I was listening with full ears and full heart to what you had to say. Like, I already knew kind of what you were gonna say, but I still listened, right? I wasn't like, Olga's just talking, whatever. I listened, and I was like, you see, I could feel it, right? And I always, like, since, like, I opened up this whole realm of, like, entrepreneurship and spirituality and stuff, I'm meant to be on those stages, but not doing what Jay Shetty and Vishen Lakhiani and all those other people, even though they're all versions of me. And again, only love and respect to everyone, every version of me. But, you know, bringing half-level bullshit like this, right? I'm here. They're here. Danny is like here. Nero and Peter like here. And I'm like this. I'm on a whole other level. So my point to say is, like, I deserve to be speaking on stage and getting paid on my live streams, and that's going to fund my healing resort, and my healing resort will fund other things, and this is how this works. But the universe has to help me get this opportunity. Like, I am doing everything I possibly can to generate some sort of like I'm gonna have to change channels just so I have more attention, and maybe somebody will potentially discover this guy. He's like, hey, maybe, you know, maybe I can help you to meet this person, right? Because, you know, one person leads to another person, leads to another person, leads to another person. But right now, this live stream channel is it sucks. It's not working. It's not doing anything for me anymore. So, like, and I have to purge this channel completely. Like, I have to, like, I mean, I'm not gonna ever stop, like, posting on this one. I'll come back and live stream for, like, if I just want to hang out with some of you all, I'll just come and, like, hey, I'm gonna go on the other channel. We're gonna hang out for a bit. If you want to come to that channel. The other channel is gonna be purposeful for one thing: service and service alone. And I'm not gonna look at the live stream. Like, I can't look at the chat. 2 reasons. One, if I do get that whiteboard and I start writing shit down, the back camera has to be used, because the front camera mirrors everything I write, so everything's gonna be backwards. So that's number one. So I can't even look at the chat. So whoever's coming on, I can't see what you're saying. So I'm gonna just talk as if I'm talking like I'm doing a YouTube video. Let me see what you shared. Yeah. Right, but you know, what I'm saying is, I know you still enjoy speaking though. I know it's not something you're gonna be doing anymore. You're not about that life, but I know you do enjoy speaking. It's still one of your passions, right? I know you like being in the present. That's what I like to be too. But I know you like to still speak. I'm not saying it has to be on stage, but I know you love to talk. I know you love to share. I know you like to help, right? And if an opportunity for a microphone was to be put into your hand, I'm sure you're gonna speak. I'm not saying you're purposely looking to hustle and be a speaker, but, you know, I know you like speaking, right? That's one of the things. That's your passion. It's the same thing for me, right? I'm not looking to be like, a hustler. Yes, I said I want to be on those stages, but that doesn't mean that I have to be a part of that community either, like the hustling and the grinding and you know, putting picture of like I'm posting on, hey y'all, I'm going to be speaking at this event today, and you post it on Facebook, right? I see Matt, he's doing great, proud of him. I'm proud that he's getting there and he's doing what feels called to him and he likes what he does, and that's great. But I won't be caught doing that stuff. I won't be on some billboard with a bunch of other speakers. I'm my own damn speaker. Ain't no other speaker on my level. I'm not gonna be a little icon in a big like a photo with a bunch of other speakers. No. I'm my own damn speaker. You can keep me off your your photo thing. I'll be one of them special speakers. Right, exactly. I know he's dealing with some stuff. Everybody's dealing with stuff. I know he's dealing with some stuff. I know it with his kid. Kids, plural. Right? I wasn't saying that Matt's only like a speaker and all that. No, I wasn't saying that. What I was saying was like, you know, there's a bunch of people that I know on Facebook who I don't talk to anymore, who are their names or their thing are being posted on like with other people and being with other speakers. You're not going to catch me being one of those people being on other posters with other people. I'm going to be my own damn poster with my own damn speaking. And if I'm speaking on those stages with all those people, I don't want my picture to be posted. I want to be. So we have another speaker, and his name is Orion. He wasn't featured on our poster because he simply does not entertain the same third dimensional garbage to be featured. I'm my own damn feature. Exactly. Social media only shows one side, indeed. Perception. Damn, it's cold. That's okay. All I gotta do is just keep moving the body. I haven't ate anything yet. I had my protein shake. I finished everything. Starting to get a little. If the wind can stop blowing, it would be great. It was fine for a little bit. Now the wind started blowing wild. Anyways, doesn't matter. But yeah, I know the thing is, sister, like when we first met, I couldn't tell you what my passions were. Like I did love learning, right? I did love learning. I did love wisdom, but like I didn't really know what my passions were. Like I when we first connected, I wasn't playing video games. I had given up video games. I'd stopped watching anime. I'd stopped like consuming like technology videos. I stopped a lot of stuff. It's only like last year where I started playing a video game again in the summertime. Last year. So it's only been a full year since I started playing video games again. And the thing is, I don't play video games every day. Some days I just don't want to play. It's just like, Same with anime. I don't watch anime every day. I watch anime very sparingly. But like, I rediscovered some of my passions. But like, in the process, while I was doing this live stream stuff, I discovered that I love live streaming and I love helping people and I love seeing transformations happen. I love when it was busy and you got to see the change in people's eyes, and I was seeing the transformations happening and the breakthroughs. And I got to be of service. Like that time with Swati, you remember. Like, those are the moments that I cherish. I love, and I was not doing it for money. I was not doing it. I wasn't even monetized at that point. I was doing it for the sheer joy. I got to help people. That's what I love to do. And I know the universe is listening to me. I know you're listening, universe. I know you're mechanical. I know you're not moral. I know you're not a dude. And I know you're looking at my frequency right now. So pay attention, universe. But I love live streaming, and I love speaking, and I love sharing perspectives. I love giving a new perspective that hasn't been heard yet. That's one magic secret sauce that I have, that I can see things differently than others can, because I see things in multi-dimensional knowing instead of third-dimensional thinking, right? That has so much value, a number cannot even be perceived to how much value that is. It's infinite. That's why nobody can actually pay me what I'm actually worth. Like, I'm worth $1 billion a second. Think about that for a moment. $1 billion a second. Not a million, $1 billion. Because I can change your life in a second. Give me 1 second, I'll change your life. Now, of course, I have to say everything in 1 second. So give me 10 seconds and I'll change your life. So how about this? $1 billion for 10 seconds. I can change your life in 10 seconds. I guarantee it. I can literally change your life. I can change anybody's life in 10 seconds. The only reason why it might not change your life is because of their belief of themselves. I see. Yeah. Exactly. No more of that stuff. It's Orion. Orion, he is an ascended master who has so graciously come into this vessel and given its time to help this dude called Andre, who never wanted to be called Andre, but has given that name. And he was given this time to help Andre to overcome his bullshit. I'm grateful for Orion to come in, because he reminds me, like, he is powerful. Like, that name is super powerful. That dude is a constellation himself. He was part of the Orion Wars, where millions of lives, not billions. Actually, it was billions. Billions of lives had to come to Earth because of that. I'm gonna have to go shower just now because I am freaking cold. I know you're gonna get rolling just now too. It's cold. Yeah. I will, sister. Thank you. See, I even knew that you were heading out. I could feel it. But yeah, enjoy your day. And I'm going to definitely go and take a shower and then get something to eat. And then figure out how we're gonna stay warm out here. Why don't you just go inside? But I don't want to be inside. If the wind could calm down, we're good. I'm just training the body, I guess, to be out in the cold. We're training the body to be out in the cold. Okay. I'm gonna put back my AirPods into the case. Actually, no. I'm not gonna do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put on music. Son of a bitch, man. It is fucking cold. I'll put on some music. Just waiting to get some food. I like the fact that I can listen to my stuff while I'm indoors, and you all can still hear your stuff out while I'm out, while you all are out here. So while I'm watching this movie, you all will be listening to like music. Otherwise, because you won't be hearing much of me speaking. Wow. That's a long one.
Well, guess what? It's filling that eye. Coming up with the most word I use that just that experience was. That's right, you can come see me on tour in Orlando, Florida. Yes, the only way to get this experience is by going to BAANDIT.com and honestly, what's better than that? Donating to a great cause. When getting ready to experience something like this in 2-in-1 is round trip tickets to Las Vegas as well as 2 night stay in Cabo. You can also get tour tickets to my revelation weekend tour to rumination here in December, as well as tour tickets to VIP birthday party. Yes, so much fun. You'll also, of course, get the meet and greet moment with me where we'll take a photo together, and you're invited to come to my pre-show Q&A. Where's all the money going? I'm so glad you asked. All the donations go towards the Upside Fund, which helps advocate for accessibility in all areas of healthcare and mental health. So don't forget to donate for a great cause or a great time by going to BAANDIT.com, and hopefully I will be seeing you at the Venetian in Las Vegas on December 15th.
So in today's video, we'll be breaking down Nero Knowledge's 250K a month YouTube strategy, and I'll be breaking down everything from A to Z. So first of all, we'll talk about his ideal customer profile and what he's actually offering to his audience, why his raw style works so well, what he was doing before and why it didn't work well, what I would actually recommend for Nero if he wants to make more money with YouTube, and then I'll talk about a couple of YouTube strategies he's using to maximize views, and then off the video by actually explaining why he's putting so much focus on YouTube compared to any other platform. So if you run any sort of information business, whether it's a course, coaching business, or any of that sort, I would recommend watching this video to the end because this could be the video that changes everything for you. So the first thing that we need to understand about Nero's YouTube strategy is his ideal customer profile and what he's actually offering that ideal customer profile. So for those of you who don't know, Nero Knowledge is an esoteric coach, so he's essentially just teaching people about spirituality, energy, and consciousness. That's pretty much what his channel is about and what he's making videos about. And his ICP in specific, like that people he wants to actually buy from him, is entrepreneurs and athletes making over 50K a month or more, and they want to 2 to 5x their results within their profession. Because when we click on the link in the description, he sends people over to his offer essentially. And as you can see, it says only for entrepreneurs and athletes. And beforehand, it actually said for entrepreneurs and athletes making 50K a month. I'm not sure why he removed that, but I would guess that's still part of his ICP. So he works specifically with those types of people. Alright, so now that you understand Nero's ICP and what he's actually offering that ICP, let's dive into his YouTube strategy and why it actually works so well. So the first thing that we need to understand is that Nero's videos are just him standing in front of a whiteboard. They're about an hour long. He's explaining, as mentioned before here, like teaching about spirituality, energy, consciousness, and all that sort of stuff. And the reason it's performing so well for him is because at the end of the day, people are just tired of this overly produced content because it's really not authentic. Especially within the last 2 to 3 years, like YouTube has really become this landscape where people are doing overly produced videos and they just don't feel authentic anymore, and it just feels like they're scripted word for word, which is not the case with Nero. And raw videos just build better connection and they convert better to his offer because people actually get to know, like, and trust him. And at the end of the day, as mentioned, his videos are about an hour long. Like on average, his videos are an hour long, and that just ties into the 7-11-4 rule. And for those of you who don't know what the 7-11-4 rule is, essentially Google came out with a study revealing that for someone to actually buy from you, they need to consume on average 7 hours of your content, and that's almost impossible if you're only posting like 10-minute videos. So that's why he's making super long videos and essentially speeding up the buying process, because as I just mentioned, with these videos they actually get to like, know, and trust you. And that's also because the videos are raw, so you kind of build a relationship with your audience. And as we just mentioned, the videos that Nero is posting are super raw, so they're easier to produce, which makes him more consistent with YouTube. And that's what you want at the end of the day if you're selling information online or you want to build a core audience. You want to be consistent with uploading content, because if his videos were superly edited and he sent them over to an editor and it took that editor weeks to finish his videos, like, he would not be consistent consistent results. But as it stands right now, he is uploading once a week, and that's because he's making these raw videos that are easier produced and just require minimal editing. But that's not all, because some other reasons for why Nero is so successful on YouTube is because his videos at the end of the day are just really in-depth and valuable, because he's making 1 hour long videos on average, like I just mentioned, and these videos are really value packed. Like, he's not holding anything back, he's just trying to give as much value as possible. And this is really smart, and this is a mistake I see a lot of business owners make, where they say, I don't want to give out too much value, I want them to buy my stuff and then they'll get the value, which doesn't make sense if you ask me, because in the viewer's mind, what they think is that, oh shit, if his free stuff is this good, his paid stuff must be insane. And that's how he's actually able to get so many people to buy, because they just watch his free content and get an insane amount of value from it, so they automatically think that his paid stuff must be insane, and that just works wonders. So if you were selling any information
It's not true though.
I would recommend you to
It's the
give
same
out
shit.
everything in your YouTube videos and then sell the implementation in your course, coaching business, or whatever you are offering. And also, something about Nero's strategy, his whiteboard creates a teacher-student dynamic, like subconsciously placing him as a position of authority. Because think about it, like when you're watching Nero's videos, he's standing in front of a whiteboard. When do you typically see people standing in front of a whiteboard? That's when you were a student and a teacher was standing in front of a whiteboard and teaching you, and it kind of showed that dynamic of the teacher was the authority, and here you kind of see Nero as the authority because he's standing in front of a whiteboard. This is not something crazy, but it is something subconsciously, like where you place him at a higher authority because he's doing this. And also at the end of the day, Nero is super consistent, especially when it comes to his branding, because he's always in front of a whiteboard first of all, and then he wears the same outfit, which builds familiarity and builds a core audience, so people know what to expect from his content after watching it every single time. But the funny thing about all of the things that I just discussed that Nero was doing, he wasn't doing before, because when he started doing his YouTube channel like 2 years ago, he was posting these super short and like faceless YouTube videos. And you might be thinking, I mean, this video performed quite well, but the only reason it performed well was because his YouTube channel blew up. And as you guys can see, this is the graph for the video. So the first year or so, like nothing happened, it only got a couple thousand views, but then his other videos started to go viral with this new format, and then people started binge watching his older content. So that's the only reason it has so many views, just so if you're wondering. And the reason why his old content didn't convert well to his offer, or just didn't work on YouTube in general, is because the people won't buy if they're not a connection with a person. These videos that he was posting beforehand were just faceless videos with caption, and it's a lot harder to get people to actually know, like, and trust you if you're not even showing your face. And also, these videos weren't optimized for nurturing, and this is where the 7-11-4 rule comes into play again, because like I discussed before, on average Nero's videos are about an hour, but on these videos right here was only 10 minutes, so he would have to post a lot of these videos to reach the 7 hours watched, which I explained before is the average for someone to actually buy from you. And also, the thing with these videos is that Nero was never consistent with posting these videos, because these videos, like, it takes weeks to produce, making him inconsistent on YouTube. And like I explained before, if you want to see good results from YouTube, you need to be consistent. And that's why he didn't actually see good results, because these videos may be pumped out once every third or fourth week, which just made him inconsistent at the end of the day. And also quickly want to explain how Nero could actually make more money from his YouTube strategy. So what I would do if I was Nero is create a new micro niche YouTube channel for his exact ICP, because as we discussed before, his exact ICP are people who are entrepreneurs and athletes and want to grow in their field essentially. But the videos that he's making now are pretty much just mass market. Like, he's targeting everyone. Obviously, his ICP is people who want to grow in their field, which is athletes and entrepreneurs specifically for him. But these videos are just meant for everyone. So if I was him, I would create a super niche YouTube channel where he's actually calling out that audience in his title and thumbnail, because then he would actually attract them. And you might be thinking, but then he would get less views. And yes, that's exactly the point. And this is what some of the top dogs in this space are doing as well. Some of you may know who Iman Gatsi is, But what you may not know is that he has a second channel right here with only 62k subscribers, and he's actually making 500k a month from this channel. And you might even be thinking, how is that possible? And that's because he's talking to his exact ICP, which is people who actually want to buy information from him, or in this case, people who are in the online space and want to scale their info business. So he's talking to that specific avatar, only averaging around 20k views per video, but he's still making over 500k a month because this is the exact ICP he's targeting. And the same with Jordan Welch. Some of you also may know who he is. He has a main channel with over 1 million subscribers, but he's actually making more from this channel with just 9k subscribers, and he's making 138k per month. And that's because he's talking to his exact ICP and then selling a high ticket offer. So to be honest, I'm just surprised that Nero hasn't done this, because obviously I wouldn't have him stop making these types of YouTube videos on his main channel, but I just think he could make much more money if he made a second channel talking to his exact ICP, which is athletes and entrepreneurs. So the reason I brought this up is obviously because it would help Nero out to make him more money, but also I help people actually start and scale their micro niche YouTube channel where they only need a couple thousand views to make serious money with their info business. So if that's you, click the first link down below, or if you're just interested, you can click the link down below as well. And also quickly want to discuss some of the YouTube strategies that Nero is using that you guys can use as well for your channel if you want to grow more quickly. So Nero is using what I call the outlier strategy. And for those of you who don't know, a YouTube outlier is just a video on a specific channel that significantly performs all the channel's other videos in terms of views. So if you're averaging 10k views per video and then suddenly you have a video that gets 100k, that's an outlier. That's an outlier of 10 actually, because it performed 10 times better than the average video. And Nero actually does this. So he looks at other people in his space and outside of his niche and see what's working.
This guy.
For example, give me 10 minutes and I'll destroy your procrastination forever. This video performs super well for this guy's channel. So Nero actually took the concept of the idea and packaged it into his niche. So give me 42 minutes and I'll change your frequency forever. And the same with this guy right here, Simon Swift. He posted a video a year ago that got 14 million views. It's pretty much called 30 years of business knowledge in 2 hours and 26 minutes. Nero saw obviously this format performed super well and wanted to adapt it to his own niche. And again, it worked out. 8 years of manifestation knowledge in 51 minutes. So what he's using here is the outlier strategy, and the reason it works so well is because you're actually taking proven concepts from other niches or other channels and then adapting it to your own channel. And that's actually the best and easiest way to get consistent growth from your YouTube videos. And also another thing I quickly want to discuss, there's not too much to it, but he's actually using the end screen feature, YouTube's end screen feature. This is not a big thing, but I do see a lot of people not utilizing it. So YouTube actually pushes his channel more because they spend more time watching his channel. And this creates a binge watching where people watch more of his videos. So every time at the end of each video, he sends people to another video. And as mentioned, this creates binge watching where people watch more and more of his videos. And that's good for 2 reasons. First of all, as mentioned before, for someone to actually buy from you, they need to spend 7 hours watching your content on average. So by him sending people over to other pieces of content, he's actually speeding up the buying journey. Plus, YouTube sees how much time someone is spending on his channel and they continue to push out his channel. So it's essentially a win-win situation. So this is how it looks. People watch one of your videos, you send them over to another one, they watch that one, you send them over to another one, and the loop just continues. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you do want to work with me one-on-one to scale your business using this micro niche YouTube strategy that I just explained earlier, then you can click the first link down below. And these are the 2 sorts of people that I do work with. So if you're one of those, click the first link down below, and I look forward to chatting with you. And in the meantime, YouTube thinks you're gonna like this next video right here.
Imagine for a moment that there's a hidden power within you, one that's been suppressed by the elite for centuries. That power is your pineal gland, revered as the third eye by yogis and Christian mystics alike, who saw it as a gateway between the physical and the divine. Masters like Neville Goddard didn't talk about glands, but they revealed that your imagination is God in action. When you enter a state similar to sleep and feel your desire as already real, you shape the world around you. By combining this imaginative power with the activation of the third eye, you tear through the veil of reality and take control of your destiny. This ancient inner technology has long been hidden from the masses. The few who master it create miracles and command their lives. But beware, this forbidden knowledge won't remain accessible forever. Will you awaken now or stay trapped in the illusion.
There is a human capability that entire civilizations developed with technical precision, and that today remains dormant in most people. This isn't about modern speculation or recent spiritual trends. Yogis in ancient India, shamans in indigenous cultures, Egyptian priests in the mystery temples, Alexandrian followers of Hermetic wisdom, and Christian mystics of the contemplative orders, all of them mastered practices related to what Eastern traditions call the third eye. The question that immediately emerges is, why would knowledge so widespread geographically, developed independently in cultures that had no contact with each other, converge on the same phenomenon? The answer that Blavatsky presents in The Secret Doctrine challenges the conventional historical narrative. These traditions didn't invent the third eye. They preserved fragments of an earlier spiritual science, transmitted through spiritual lineages that trace back to periods that orthodox archaeology doesn't even recognize. Dr. Douglas Baker, in The Opening of the Third Eye, establishes a fundamental technical distinction that eliminates persistent confusions about concepts. The Ajna chakra, Sanskrit term for the sixth energy center, originally represents a vortex of subtle energy, not an anatomical structure. It is a focal point in the human energy body where specific life force currents converge, create.
So let's see. We got YouTube. Let's see something. Let me see something. What was I gonna do? It's fine.
Creating a perceptual portal between the physical and non-physical dimensions of reality. Now, here's where it gets interesting.
This is a long video.
The association of this energy center with the pineal gland, a small organ the size of a pea located in the geometric center of the brain, came later. Western thinkers in the 1800s and 1900s were searching for physical structures in the body that matched these spiritual concepts. They wanted something they could point to and say, there it is. When they developed in the 1600s, called the pineal, the seat of the soul, because of where it sits. Eliminates superficial objections based on mixing up different concepts. But there's something that's rarely discussed openly. Why did this capability, documented and cultivated for millennia, atrophy precisely in the era of greatest external technological development? The answer is uncomfortable. While ancient civilizations invested centuries refining interior technologies, meditative techniques, control of vital energy, development of perceptions beyond the physical, modern humanity has directed all of its cognitive focus toward the manipulation of the external material world.
Yeah.
Blavatsky proposes in The Secret Doctrine that this transition wasn't accidental. She describes evolutionary cycles of human consciousness where periods of deep interior vision alternate with eras of material focus on the external world. Current humanity finds itself in the most materialistic phase of this cycle, and only now, precisely when external technology reaches its perceptual limits, does the impulse to reactivate internal capacities resurge collectively. Jesus Christ, central figure of Christianity, referred directly to this concept in one of the most enigmatic passages of the Gospels. The eye is the lamp of the body. If your eyes are healthy, your whole body will be full of light. But if your eyes are unhealthy, your whole body will be full of darkness. Matthew 6:22. Mystical theologians interpret this declaration not as a generic moral metaphor, but as precise technical instruction about a literal spiritual organ that, when activated, illuminates all of consciousness with expanded perception. The presence of this concept in completely independent traditions, from the Indian Upanishads to Christian Gnostic texts, from Chinese Taoist teachings to American shamanic practices, strongly suggests that the third eye represents a universal human experience, a latent capability inscribed in the very architecture of human consciousness. And here, a disturbing question arises. How much ancestral knowledge about these practices was deliberately suppressed or accidentally lost? The burning of the Library of Alexandria in the 4th century destroyed an estimated 400,000 to 700,000 scrolls, including Hermetic texts, mystery school manuscripts, and treatises on advanced spiritual practices that were never recovered. Dr. Douglas Baker observes that the great European Gothic cathedrals contain architectural symbols related to the activation of the third eye encoded in stone by initiated builders whose knowledge disappeared with the persecutions of esoteric orders. The pyramids of Giza, built with geometric precision that modern engineers still debate, raise inevitable questions. What kind of knowledge or capability allowed ancient civilizations to accomplish feats that defy purely mechanical explanations? Blavatsky suggests in The Secret Doctrine that Egyptian priests possessed mastery over subtle forces of nature through developed perceptual faculties, including what today we would call technical clairvoyance, vision through the fully activated third eye. Are you beginning to see the pattern? This isn't about vague beliefs or abstract philosophies. This is about an interior technology, specific methods, transmitted techniques, codified practices that was systematically forgotten while humanity built increasingly sophisticated external machines. The pineal gland, this small organ that modern medicine recognizes only as a producer of melatonin, regulating sleep cycles, contains light-sensing cells structurally identical to those of the ocular retina. Why would an organ deeply buried in the center of the brain, isolated from all external light, need light receptors? Science offers conservative evolutionary explanations. Esoteric traditions offer another perspective. The pineal is literally an atrophied third eye, not metaphorically, but anatomically, that in earlier stages of human evolution operated as a direct perceptual organ of realities beyond the physical. Between 200 BCE and 200 CE, somewhere in ancient India, a man named Patanjali accomplished something extraordinary.
Patanjali.
He transformed centuries of fragmented oral knowledge into a complete technical system for the development of human consciousness.
Nice.
The Yoga Sutras, 196 concise wisdom teachings written in Sanskrit, don't represent speculative philosophy or mystical poetry, but rather an engineering manual for the interior as precise as any modern scientific treatise. The comprehensiveness of this work is so astonishing that several academic scholars have raised the hypothesis that multiple authors contributed over generations, later attributing everything to a single name to confer traditional authority. However, the yogic tradition firmly maintains singular authorship, and something in the text suggests a unifying mind, an intelligence capable of synthesizing disparate currents into a coherent and progressive structure. Blavatsky, in The Secret Doctrine, observes that great initiates of the mystery schools frequently possessed encyclopedic knowledge that seemed impossible for a single human lifetime, suggesting methods of accessing information that transcended conventional learning. What Patanjali codified wasn't absolute novelty. He was systematizing practices that traced back to earlier Vedic periods, possibly millennia before his time. But by structuring them in logical sequence, by defining terms with technical precision, by establishing clear stages of development, he transformed oral transmission subject to distortions into replicable science. The Yoga Sutras essentially function as a topographic map of human consciousness, describing not just the territory but also the specific routes for traversing it. And here emerges a crucial technical point that eliminates persistent misunderstandings. When Patanjali describes chakras, he isn't referring physical organs or anatomical structures detectable by cutting open the body. Dr. Douglas Baker repeatedly emphasizes that chakras are vortices of subtle energy, prana in the Sanskrit vocabulary, operating in non-physical dimensions of the human being. They exist in what Eastern traditions call the energy body or subtle body, a matrix of vital forces that interpenetrates but doesn't reduce to the dense physical body. Now here's what happened. Western thinkers in the 1800s and 1900s encountered these Eastern systems for the first time through translated texts, and they immediately started looking for physical body parts that matched. They wanted to find the chakras in the actual anatomy. This attempt to correlate these energy centers with specific endocrine glands or clusters of nerves represents this later interpretation. And look, this anatomical correlation doesn't invalidate the original concept. In fact, it suggests some fascinating correspondences between distinct levels of reality. But here's the problem. Confusing the energetic map with the physical territory generates mistaken expectations about how these practices actually operate. Blavatsky clarifies in The Secret Doctrine that ancient wisdom always operated with a multidimensional model of the human being: physical body, etheric body, energetic, astral body, emotional, mental body, and even higher principles. The chakras belong primarily to the etheric body, affecting the physical through mechanisms that materialistic physiology doesn't recognize because it investigates only the densest level of human manifestation. But something remarkable happens when we examine Western spiritual traditions with sufficient depth. The same concepts emerge, just with different terminology. Father Richard Rohr, contemporary Franciscan theologian and scholar of Christian mysticism, interprets the third eye not as an inappropriate Eastern appropriation, but as a rediscovery of concepts already present in contemplative Christianity since its beginnings. He calls the state non-dual consciousness, the capacity to perceive reality without the subject-object fragmentation that characterizes ordinary thinking. When Rohr speaks of having the mind of Christ, he's describing precisely what Patanjali codified as higher states of consciousness accessible through the systematic practice of yoga.
This isn't forced blending of traditions or superficial comparison. This is recognizing that different spiritual lineages, developing independently over millennia, converged on surprisingly similar maps of latent human potential. The Christian mystics of the contemplative orders, from the Desert Fathers in the 4th century to St. John of the Cross in the 16th century, practiced forms of silent prayer and meditative concentration that function neurologically in an identical manner to the yogic techniques of dharana and dhyana described by Patanjali. They reported interior visions, states of transcendental ecstasy, experiential union with the divine, phenomena that correspond directly to the siddhis, powers, and samadhi, conscious absorption, documented in the Yoga Sutras. Baker observes that this convergence isn't accidental, but reflects universal structures of human consciousness. Just as all human beings possess similar physical anatomy, regardless of culture, heart, lungs, brain, all possess similar energetic anatomy and consciousness potentials. The techniques for activating these potentials vary in external form, adapting to distinct cultural contexts, but operate according to identical principles because human consciousness functions according to universal laws. What Patanjali preserved for future generations wasn't simply comforting philosophy or theological speculation. He documented practical methods, verifiable through direct experience, so that any sufficiently dedicated human being could transcend the limitations of ordinary perception. The Yoga Sutras describe a systematic progression from the initial control of the mind's dispersive impulses to states where individual consciousness recognizes its essential identity with universal consciousness, what Christian mysticism calls union with God, and what Patanjali describes as kaivalya, absolute liberation. And this technical knowledge, far from belonging exclusively to the remote past or to exotic cultures, becomes increasingly relevant precisely because modern humanity has reached the limits of what it can conquer through external manipulation of the material world. The next frontier, the only truly unexplored frontier, lies within, in the vast territories of consciousness that Patanjali mapped with surgical precision more than 2,000 years ago. Patanjali's Yoga Sutras describe something that most modern yoga practitioners are completely unaware of. The human body contains not 7, but 114 distinct energy points, chakras, operating simultaneously in multiple dimensions of the subtle anatomy. 7 of these centers function as main axes, governing not just physiological processes, but entire states of consciousness, evolutionary levels of human development that each individual can traverse through systematic and intentional practice. Dr. Douglas Baker establishes that this system doesn't represent imaginative invention or arbitrary mapping. He describes a real architecture of human consciousness, verifiable through trained clairvoyance and confirmed by the perceptual transformations that occur as each center progressively awakens. These chakras arrange themselves vertically along the etheric spine, not the physical bony spine, but its energetic counterpart, from the base of the spine to the crown of the skull, literally creating a ladder of ascending consciousness states. And here emerges a fascinating pattern. This vertical progression through levels of consciousness doesn't belong exclusively to Eastern traditions. When Christian theologians, genuinely familiar with the mystical journey, examine the chakra system, they immediately recognize deep parallels with the stages of purification and illumination described in the writings of the contemplative saints. The root chakra, located at the base of the spine, governs the most primitive survival instinct, the biological need to remain alive, to guarantee physical security, to protect territory. This center operates powerfully in all animals and in human beings, still dominated by purely material concerns. In the Christian context, This level corresponds to the spiritually unawakened soul, enslaved by the fear of death and the obsessive need for material accumulation as protection against existential vulnerability. The second chakra, located slightly above the pubis, governs sensual pleasures, sexuality, reproduction, and all impulses that seek gratification through the physical senses. Human energy stagnated at this level manifests as uncontrolled lust, compulsive seeking of pleasurable stimuli, and the inability to delay immediate gratification. The Christian Desert Fathers, monks who withdrew to the Egyptian desert in the 3rd and 4th centuries, dedicated entire treatises to carnal temptations precisely because they recognized that transcending this level constituted an absolute prerequisite for any genuine spiritual progress. Christian temperance, properly viewed, doesn't represent neurotic repression, but conscious redirection of vital energy from dispersive, sensual compulsions toward higher creative channels. The third chakra, the solar plexus situated in the navel region, governs personal will, action, ambition, and the impulse to conquer and dominate the external environment. Here resides the ego in the psychological sense, the separate identity that struggles obsessively to affirm its importance through worldly achievements, accumulation of power, and control over others. Blavatsky observes in The Secret Doctrine that most of contemporary humanity operates predominantly from this center, completely identifying with the temporal personality and its insatiable desires for recognition. The Christian spiritual journey, when properly understood, requires the deliberate death of this lower egoic will. Not its repression, but its radical transformation through submission to a higher will. Not my will, but yours be done, Christ's prayer in Gethsemane, describes precisely this work of the third chakra, transforming the stubborn self-will into an instrument for transcendent purposes. Only when the ego stops obsessively dominating all attention can the higher centers awaken. The fourth chakra, located in the center of the chest in the heart region, governs love, compassion, genuine empathy, and the capacity to feel deep connection with other beings. This represents the first of the higher chakras, the portal between the three lower centers, focused on survival, pleasure, and personal power, and the three higher ones dedicated to expression, vision, and transcendental union. Baker emphasizes that developing the heart chakra authentically, not superficial sentimentalism, but genuine unconditional love, fundamentally transforms how the individual experiences reality, progressively dissolving the illusion of absolute separation between self and other. In Christian mysticism, this stage corresponds to what St. Francis of Assisi demonstrated. Love so expansive that it embraces not just humans, but all creation, dissolving the barriers between sacred and profane, recognizing the divine presence permeating all forms. The open heart chakra also manifests as authentic creativity, not calculated manipulation of materials for personal gain, but spontaneous expression of the beauty perceived in existence. The fifth chakra, the throat center located in the throat, governs communication, verbal expression, and the power of the spoken word. When this center fully awakens, the individual acquires the capacity to influence reality through language in ways that seem almost magical to external observers. The Christian scriptures explicitly recognize this power. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, Proverbs 18:21. Christian testimony, speaking spiritual truth with authority that transforms listeners, demonstrates this chakra operating in its elevated capacity. But it's in the two highest chakras, the sixth and the seventh, that the spiritual journey reaches its culminating stages, and it's here that both Eastern and Christian traditions converge on extraordinarily similar descriptions of radical consciousness transformation. Christian esoteric traditions, particularly those preserved by the Rosicrucian Fellowship, a Hermetic Christian order that traces its origins to medieval mystical teachings, describe technical processes of spiritual elevation that correspond point by point to the sequential awakening of the chakras. Max Heindel, founder of the Rosicrucian Fellowship in the early 20th century, detailed how spiritual energy ascends through the tripartite spinal column, three main energy channels that the yogic tradition calls Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna, until it activates the pituitary and pineal glands in the center of the brain. When this energy reaches and fully energizes these higher centers, the result documented through multiple independent traditions is identical: opening of spiritual vision, capacity to perceive non-physical dimensions of reality, and direct cognition of transcendental truths. Christian mystics called this process the ascent of Mount Carmel, a reference to the treatise by St. John of the Cross describing the soul's ascent through progressive stages of purification to ecstatic union with God. The biblical Jacob's Ladder, where angels ascend and descend connecting earth and heaven, functions as a perfect symbol of this same interior journey. Human consciousness ascending from earthly concerns to celestial perception through defined steps. The central concept unifying both traditions is surprisingly straightforward. The human being isn't condemned to remain imprisoned in lower levels of consciousness. Through specific practices, systematic meditation, moral purification, discipline of attention, and deliberate cultivation of virtues, any individual can move their central identity from the lower chakras, governed by animal instinct and personal ego, to the higher centers where expanded perception and union with the divine become direct experiences, not abstract theoretical concepts. And this progression doesn't happen accidentally or by arbitrary external grace. It requires intentional work, sustained effort, and application of precise techniques that have been codified, tested, and refined through millennia by those who completed the journey before us. The Ajna chakra, a Sanskrit term that literally means command center, occupies a singular position in the human energy system. Located at the point between the eyebrows, slightly above the root of the nose, this sixth center doesn't govern primitive biological functions like the lower chakras, nor does it express emotional qualities like the heart chakra. It operates as a perceptual portal, an organ of direct cognition that completely transcends the five conventional physical senses. When yogic traditions describe the ajna, they explicitly refer to a vortex of subtle energy, prana of a specific frequency, spinning in non-physical dimensions of the human being. This energy center interpenetrates, but doesn't reduce to any anatomical structure detectable by magnetic resonance or surgical dissection. It exists in the etheric body, that matrix of vital forces that materialistic science doesn't recognize because its instruments measure only phenomena in the dense range of physical light and energy. But here arises a fascinating historical development that deserves careful attention. Western thinkers of the 19th and 20th centuries, encountering detailed descriptions of the chakra system for the first time through translated Sanskrit texts, obsessively searched for physical correlators. They operated from a paradigm that demanded anatomical verification to validate spiritual concepts, and this search produced an extraordinarily productive association, though technically imprecise, between the Ajna chakra and the pineal gland. Helena Blavatsky, in The Secret Doctrine, systematically mapped Eastern concepts to Western terminology, establishing conceptual bridges that allowed European and American audiences to understand previously inaccessible wisdom. C.W. Leadbeater, English theosophist and clairvoyant investigator of realities beyond the physical, deepened these correlations by documenting his direct perceptions of the human energy system through developed etheric vision. The pineal gland presented characteristics so suggestive that the association seemed inevitable. Geometric location in the exact center of the brain, behind and slightly above the point between the eyebrows, where Eastern traditions situate the ajna. Unique, unpaired structure, unlike almost all other brain organs that exist in symmetrical pairs. And the surprising presence of light-sensing cells, specialized cells in the pineal gland containing crystalline structures similar to the rods and cones of the ocular retina, in an organ deeply buried, completely isolated from external light. Why would an organ without direct access to light develop functional light receptors? Science offers conservative evolutionary explanations related to circadian regulation in primitive aquatic ancestors. Esoteric traditions propose a radically different interpretation. The pineal represents an atrophied vestige of a literal third eye that operated fully in earlier stages of human evolution, directly perceiving frequencies of non-physical light, what Blavatsky describes as astral light, permeating the subtle dimensions of reality. Dr. Douglas Baker clarifies that science doesn't validate spiritual functions in the pineal because it investigates only measurable biochemical processes, melatonin production, regulation of circadian rhythms, and hormonal modulation. But the absence of material evidence doesn't constitute evidence of absence when dealing with phenomena operating in dimensions that physical instruments cannot detect by definition. What matters practically is that this association has become so widespread and functionally useful that today the terms third eye, ajna chakra, and pineal gland operate as interchangeable synonyms in contemporary spiritual contexts. Practitioners report physical sensations in the pineal region during meditations focused on the third eye, pressures, vibrations, pulsations, suggesting that even if the correlation isn't anatomically precise, there exists a real functional interface between the subtle energy center and corresponding physical brain structures. And when this center develops progressively through specific meditative practices, the results reported through multiple independent traditions demonstrate remarkable consistency. Practitioners describe amplified intuition that anticipates future events with disconcerting precision, not through logical reasoning, but immediate direct cognition. They perceive patterns and synchronicities permeating their lives with clarity impossible for fragmented, ordinary consciousness. Dreams become extraordinarily vivid, loaded with transparent symbolism that communicates specific messages about concrete life situations. Creative insights and innovative solutions to complex problems arise spontaneously, complete and integrated, without the laborious trial and error process characteristic of linear rational thinking. An expanded sense of connection with all existence progressively dissolves the illusion of absolute isolation, revealing invisible webs of interrelation linking all phenomena. The capacity for visualization intensifies dramatically. Mental images acquire an almost tangible quality, and the ability to manifest intentions through concentrated visualization increases proportionally. More surprisingly, practitioners report direct perception of subtle dimensions of reality, not symbolic interpretation or creative imagination, but literal perceptual experience of levels beyond the physical. And perhaps more important than any specific capacity, consistent access emerges to deep interior wisdom, a source of knowledge that doesn't depend on external learning or accumulation of information, but springs from the depths of consciousness itself. Jesus Christ, according to interpretations by mystical theologians familiar with the esoteric language of the scriptures, demonstrated constant concern with the development of this spiritual vision. When he taught, if your eyes are healthy, your whole body will be full of light, he was describing a precise technical principle. The quality of interior perception directly determines the quality of exterior experience. Spiritual eyes that are healthy, pure, unobstructed, fully functioning, automatically transform all life experience into light, meaning, and purpose. Spiritual eyes that are unhealthy, obscured, atrophied, inoperative, plunge even objectively favorable circumstances into subjective darkness. Tibetan Buddhism, Chinese Taoism, Islamic Sufism, Jewish Kabbalah, all these traditions possess concepts and practices related to the development of an internal perceptual organ that transcends the limited physical senses. The independent convergence strongly suggests that the third eye represents not an arbitrary cultural construction, but a repeated discovery of a universally accessible, latent human faculty through specific technical methods. Jose Silva, creator of the Silva Mind Control Method, developed in the 1960s through extensive research on altered states of consciousness, observed a consistent pattern in practitioners meditating effectively. They naturally incline their physical eyes slightly upward, as if internally focusing on a point in the center of the forehead. Silva incorporated this observation into his formal techniques, instructing practitioners to deliberately direct their internal gaze upward at an approximate angle of 20 degrees, discovering that this facilitated entry into alpha states, a calm, creative mental state associated with deep relaxation, increased creativity, and access to subconscious levels of the mind. Practitioners of Eastern traditions immediately recognize what Silva empirically rediscovered, that inclining the eyes upward directs conscious attention precisely to the Ajna chakra, activating this center through sustained, intentional focus. The technique works because conscious attention directed to any energy center stimulates and awakens that center, a fundamental principle underlying all meditative practices aimed at developing specific chakras. And this awakening of the third eye doesn't constitute an end in itself, but a means for a much more radical transformation of human experience, the capacity to literally reconfigure reality through conscious creative imagination operating from this expanded perceptual portal. Neville Goddard, a Barbadian mystic who taught in New York and Los Angeles between the 1930s and 1970s, radically transformed Western understanding of creative visualization by establishing something that sounded simultaneously heretical and liberating. Human imagination isn't mere escapist fantasy or an auxiliary psychological tool. It is literally God in operation, the primordial creative power through which consciousness shapes physical reality at every moment. This declaration, repeated obsessively through hundreds of recorded lectures, didn't represent poetic metaphor or motivational exaggeration. Goddard operated from a radical interpretation of the Christian scriptures, particularly the enigmatic phrase from Jesus in Matthew 6:22 about single eye that, when properly focused, makes the whole body full of light. While conventional theologians interpreted this as a generic moral warning about purity of intention, Goddard recognized precise technical instruction about a literal spiritual organ, the third eye that Eastern traditions had mapped millennia before. Goddard's central concept, assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, completely transcends superficial visualizations where practitioners passively imagine desired futures while remaining emotionally identified with undesired present circumstances. He proposed something infinitely more radical, entering specific states of consciousness where the third eye naturally operates, collapsing the artificial distinction between imagination and reality, making the desired become so vivid internally that the subconscious mind cannot distinguish between imagined experience and physically consummated experience. The technique that Goddard developed through decades of practical experimentation requires deliberate physical positioning that corresponds exactly to Eastern practices of Ajna chakra activation. The practitioner, lying in deep relaxation, gently inclines the closed eyes upward toward the center of the forehead, precisely the region where anatomically the pineal gland is found, and where energetically the sixth chakra is located. This ocular inclination isn't arbitrary or symbolic. It directs conscious attention directly to the perceptual portal through which creative imagination accesses non-physical dimensions of reality. Goddard called this preparatory state akin to sleep. Dr. Douglas Baker confirms that this liminal state between full wakefulness and deep sleep corresponds to what neuroscientists call theta brainwaves, a deeply relaxed state associated with direct access to the subconscious, increased creativity, and what mystical traditions recognize as the opening of the third eye. In this specific state of consciousness, the barriers between the conscious and subconscious mind become permeable, allowing visualizations to penetrate deeply beyond the rational resistance that normally sabotages attempts at mental reprogramming. But Goddard didn't simply rediscover Eastern meditative techniques and translate them into Western Christian vocabulary. He revolutionized the practice through 3 essential principles that perfectly integrate esoteric knowledge with modern pragmatic application, demonstrating how the third eye functions as an instrument of conscious manifestation when operated according to precise laws. The first principle, living in the end, completely inverts how most people visualize desires. Instead of imagining processes, paths, and intermediate steps toward reaching a future goal, the practitioner mentally inhabits the final consummated scene, the specific moment where the desire has already completely realized itself. The third eye, when fully activated through this practice, doesn't perceive this state as a distant hypothetical future. It experiences it as an immediate present, a current reality coexisting in a parallel dimension accessible through an altered energetic level. Goddard insisted with technical precision, you must completely abandon the consciousness of being in the undesired state and totally assume the consciousness of being in the desired state. This perceptual shift doesn't happen through forced willpower, but through deep relaxation, where the third eye naturally operates according to non-linear logic that transcends sequential time. Blavatsky, in The Secret Doctrine, describes how expanded consciousness perceives the simultaneity of multiple coexisting timelines, what contemporary quantum physics rediscovers through concepts like superposition and the collapse of multiple possible outcomes by conscious observation. The second principle, feeling is the secret, establishes that visualization through the third eye must involve complete integration of the interior sensory being, not just projection of disconnected mental images. Goddard declared categorically, capture the feeling associated with your wish fulfilled, sustaining the tangible sensation of having already achieved it. The fully developed third eye doesn't separate vision from emotion from imagined physical sensation. It synthesizes all perceptual channels into a holistic experience that the subconscious registers as real memory, not future fantasy. This sensory integration explains why superficial visualizations rarely produce consistent manifestations. When you imagine a desired scenario, but internally feel the absence, the fear, the doubt that it will never happen, you're transmitting to the subconscious a contradictory message that neutralizes the manifest intention. The third eye, properly operating, generates emotional naturalness, the familiar, relaxed, satisfied feeling of possessing something that already belongs to you, eliminating the anxious tension of desperate desire that paradoxically repels what you seek. The third principle, revision of the day, represents possibly Goddard's most radical contribution, demonstrating that the third eye completely transcends the temporal limitations that imprison ordinary consciousness. Before sleep, the practitioner systematically revisits the day's events through interior vision, identifying scenes or interactions that generated negative emotions or undesired results. Then, in deep meditative state with the third eye activated, he literally rewrites those scenes, reimagining them as they should have occurred, fully feeling the emotions associated with the corrected outcome. Revise the day, and if any unpleasant scene arises, rewrite it completely and relive it as it should have been, Goddard repeatedly instructed. This practice recognizes something that scientific materialism considers impossible, but esoteric mysticism has always taught. The past isn't fixed and immutable, but constantly reconstituted from the present through selective memory and interpretation. By reimagining events through the third eye, not denying that they physically happened, but altering their emotional meaning and energetic reverberations, the practitioner literally modifies how that past influences his future timeline. Baker observes that the third eye operates outside temporal linearity because it perceives from dimensions where past, present, and future coexist simultaneously, what Hindu traditions call the astral plane, and what theosophists mapped as the fourth dimension of reality. Revision through this center doesn't constitute psychological self-deception, but real reconfiguration of energetic patterns that continue reverberating from past events, liberating the practitioner from traumas and conditionings that would otherwise perpetuate indefinitely. The connection with Christian mysticism completely permeates Goddard's work, but not the domesticated institutional Christianity that most know. He interpreted scriptures as precise psychological allegories, describing states of consciousness accessible through specific techniques. Christ is not a man who existed 2,000 years ago, he provocatively declared in public lectures. Christ is a state of consciousness, human imagination awakened to its divine creative power. When Jesus proclaimed, "I am the way, the truth, and the life," Goddard understood this as a technical declaration. I am, the creative consciousness that exists before and beyond any specific content, is the only power that manifests reality. Exercising creative imagination through the activated third eye is literally embodying the Christ, consciously becoming what all human beings are unconsciously, gods creating their experiences at every instant through sustained mental assumptions. The transformative power of this approach lies in recognizing that the third eye doesn't merely passively visualize desires, hoping that external forces will manifest them. It literally creates the desires by collapsing multiple possible outcomes through focused conscious observation. Goddard anticipated discoveries of quantum physics decades before physicists fully understood the implications. The outer world is a projection of the inner world. Change your fundamental conception of yourself, and you automatically change the world in which you live. Practitioners who master these principles through disciplined and persistent practice report experiences that defy conventional causal explanations. External reality reorganizes itself apparently miraculously to correspond to the internal assumptions maintained with unshakable conviction through the third eye. Events considered impossible or highly improbable manifest with disconcerting naturalness when creative imagination consistently operates from the center of expanded consciousness. All things are possible with God, Jesus declared, and Goddard completed the syllogism. And God is your own wonderful human imagination, operating through the eye that sees beyond limited physical appearances. Developing interior vision through the third eye doesn't simply produce occasional mystical experiences or isolated paranormal capabilities. It radically and irreversibly transforms how you perceive and interact with reality in every moment of conscious existence. This transformation liberates the individual from the rigid mental conditioning that most carry unconsciously since childhood, automatic interpretation patterns that filter all experience through distorted lenses inherited from family, culture, past traumas, and fears projected into the future. The developed capacity to consciously choose your responses to circumstances, instead of mechanically reacting from subconscious programming, represents possibly the most fundamental freedom that a human being can achieve. Paul of Tarsus, writing to primitive Christian communities in the 1st century, described precisely this process when he advised, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." He wasn't speaking of superficial behavioral adjustments precisely this process when he advised, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." He wasn't speaking of superficial behavioral adjustments
What the hell? Why is it
or
not?
forced moral effort,
Why is
but of complete perceptual metamorphosis, literally acquiring a new mind through which all reality comes to be experienced in a radically different way. Jesus demonstrated supreme concern with the development of spiritual vision over limited physical perception, repeatedly teaching that interior perceptual clarity automatically determines the quality of exterior life. The enigmatic distinction he established between healthy eyes and unhealthy eyes in Matthew 6:22 to 23 reveals a fundamental technical principle. If your eyes are healthy, your whole body will be full of light, but if your eyes are unhealthy, your whole body will be full of darkness. If then the light within you is darkness, how great is that darkness? Spiritual eyes that are healthy, pure, generous, capable of perceiving beauty and meaning, even in challenging circumstances, literally transform all experience into light, revealing opportunities where others see only obstacles, discovering purpose where undeveloped consciousness finds only random chaos. Spiritual eyes that are unhealthy, obscured, stingy, addicted to negative interpretations, plunge even objectively favorable situations into subjective darkness, extracting bitterness from blessings, generating suffering from abundance through persistent biased perception. And here emerges the crucial recognition. You operate fundamentally through two interconnected perceptions that together completely shape your experience of reality. The first is your worldview, how you interpret external events, what meanings you attribute to circumstances, and through what conceptual filters you process raw sensory information. The second is your self-image, how you perceive yourself in relation to this reality, what identity you assume, what capacities you believe you possess or lack, what future you consider possible or impossible for yourself. Dr. Douglas Baker emphasizes in The Opening of the Third Eye that these two perceptions aren't immutably fixed from birth or irreversibly determined by past circumstances. They represent fluid mental constructions, constantly reconstituted at every moment through selective attention and habitual interpretation. The perceptual flexibility developed through the progressively activated third eye allows the practitioner to flow with life like water, adapting organically to what each situation requires, responding creatively from deep intuition instead of rigidly reacting from conditioned patterns, transforming challenges into opportunities through altered conscious framing. Blavatsky describes in The Secret Doctrine how advanced adepts, those who have completed the integral development of the third eye and higher centers, demonstrate this consciousness plasticity to an extraordinary degree. They aren't enslaved by a single fixed vision of reality, but can consciously adopt different perspectives as context appropriately demands, simultaneously seeing the immediate and the transcendent, the personal and the universal, the temporal and the eternal. This is the mind of Christ that Father Richard Rohr identifies as non-dual consciousness, the capacity to hold apparent contradictions without mental fragmentation. But these elevated states don't arise instantaneously through isolated sudden insight. They emerge progressively through consistent practice, and practitioners must learn to recognize the subtle signs indicating that the third eye is gradually awakening. After intensive visualization sessions operating through this center, particularly using the specific techniques of Neville Goddard described earlier, carefully observe the signs and synchronicities that invariably arise, generally within 3 days. This 3-day period isn't arbitrary. It appears repeatedly through multiple spiritual traditions as a symbolically significant interval for transformation and rebirth. Christ rose on the 3rd day. Mystical initiations frequently require 3-day retreats in complete darkness. The number 3 represents synthesis, thesis and antithesis unified in higher resolution, and marks the minimum time necessary for internal perceptual changes to begin manifesting as external synchronistic alterations. With the third eye progressively activated through disciplined and sustained practice, practitioners report a consistent catalogue of verifiable perceptual transformations. Immediate perception of meaningful messages hidden in apparently trivial everyday events. Casual conversations reveal exactly the necessary information. Specific books appear precisely when their lessons become relevant. Random encounters produce connections that alter entire life trajectories. Synchronicities multiply exponentially, confirming growing alignment with the universal flow of events, tangibly demonstrating that you aren't separated from reality, but actively participating in its conscious co-creation. The intuitive capacity to read intentions and energies around naturally develops, not through laborious psychological analysis, but immediate direct cognition of the state of consciousness of people, places, and situations. Dreams become extraordinarily lucid and prophetic, carrying clear guidance about practical decisions, warning about unproductive paths before energy is wasted pursuing them, and confirming correct directions through transparent symbolism that doesn't require elaborate interpretation. A deep sense of unity with all existence progressively dissolves the illusion of absolute isolation that generates so much unnecessary suffering. Spontaneous downloads of wisdom and creative solutions arise completely formed during meditation or in moments of deep relaxation, not laboriously constructed through linear reasoning, but received intact from higher levels of consciousness. Subtle perception of presences and spiritual energies becomes increasingly common, not as dramatic, extraordinary experiences, but as a natural extension of expanded perception operating constantly. And, more fundamentally than any specific phenomenon, external reality itself begins transforming gradually, but inexorably, to reflect the illuminated and intentional perception that the activated third eye consistently projects. Baker describes this process as precipitation, energetic patterns sustained in subtle dimensions, eventually condensing into dense physical manifestation, following precise laws that esoteric traditions have mapped through millennial experimentation. The absolute key lies in remaining receptive and extraordinarily attentive, recognizing that even the smallest signs frequently contain more important guidance than obvious dramatic proclamations. The functional union of the third eye with the subconscious mind, that vast ocean of memory, instinct, and collective archetypal patterns, accesses fields of information and possibility totally inaccessible to superficial rational consciousness limited to the 5 physical senses. But you must deliberately act on the insights received to complete the manifestation cycle. Knowledge without action remains eternally unrealized potential, energy wasted in sterile contemplation. The third eye reveals paths, but you must physically traverse them. It shows possibilities, but you must choose and execute. It connects you with transcendent wisdom, but you must embody it in concrete decisions and transformed behaviors. All genuine and lasting change begins precisely with the deep understanding of your role as a conscious co-creator of reality, not a passive victim of immutable external circumstances, but an active participant shaping experience through aligned perception, intention, and action. And the only way, proven through millennia of systematic practice, to consistently connect with that divine intelligence operating through you is through disciplined meditation that progressively activates the third eye and consciously integrates your superficial levels with subconscious depths. Recognizing that thousands of modern practitioners face difficulties developing an effective meditative practice alone without adequate guidance, we've developed a complete set of audio tools specifically designed to help you access this higher state of consciousness where the third eye naturally awakens. To learn more and obtain immediate access to these guided practices that integrate proven techniques from ancient traditions with contemporary understanding of how consciousness operates, click the link on the screen or in the pinned comments below. If this video resonated deeply with you, write in the comments, "It made sense to me."
There's this sense that when you die, at least die feeling that you've done something. And I want to feel that I've done something, however trivial, however small, however superficial it may be. I want to feel I've done something. I'm getting old, let's be honest. And I thought, well, if I don't say something now, I never will. My wife, Chrissy, was away for a week. When I dropped Chrissy at the airport, she said to me, "Harry, don't be angry. Don't be angry." I thought, well, I'm not angry. I thought she meant don't be angry with me, and of course I wasn't angry with her. But she said, "You are. You're angry with the world." I thought, you know, she's right. She's right. I am angry with the world, as so many people at the moment seem to be. The thing that makes me most angry is what I see happening to the world of nature, to the natural world. I suppose the anger comes from feeling that there's not much you can do about it. You want to do something, you want to speak out, you want to be a voice for good, you want to make the world a better place. I was angry because I felt trapped. I had something to say, and I didn't know how to say it. I had strong feelings that somehow were being forced back into me instead of finding an outlet. And anger, played inward, is a damaging thing. I spent 35 years as a teacher of English. I suddenly thought, I've been pushed into a way of thinking, and it's a corporate, a capitalist, a globalized world. And I didn't like it. I thought that actually is not me now, and if I think about it, it never has been. But I didn't feel able ever to recognize that before. And it was only when I retired from teaching and suddenly realized that my calling, if you want to call it that, is poetry. The reason I write is because I have to. It's like breathing. I have to do it. Blessing is something that I just wrote down almost like a little aphorism rather than as a poem. It's very short, but I'll read it to you because I think it sums up how I feel about me, but how I also feel about everybody else. Are you doing with your life what you want to do, or what you think you ought to do? Seeing the difference is wisdom. Finding they're the same is blessing. And that's all. If what we do, what our profession is, if you like, is fulfilling and instructive and helpful, I think that's wonderful. But if you're doing something only because you feel required to, because you have to make money, because you have to have a certain lifestyle, you have to have a certain way of behaving or reputation or status, things of that sort, then I think it's a little bit different. And too many people that I know or I have met in my life seem to live their lives like that. Find out what life is for you, or what fulfills you about the life you live, and rejoice in that. Rejoice in that whenever it happens, and never give up the thought, if you haven't found it yet, that it could still be, that you could still find it. It's never, never too late. This is the Mary Oliver poem called The Journey. And I happened upon it years and years ago in a bookshop in Manchester. This was an epiphany for me because I recognized in reading this poem that my life could change, perhaps already had changed. The journey. One day, you finally knew what you had to do and began. Though the voices around you kept shouting their bad advice, though the whole house began to tremble and you felt the old tug at your ankles. Mend my life, each voice cried. But you didn't stop. You knew what you had to do. Though the wind pried with its stiff fingers at the very foundations, though their melancholy was terrible. It was already late enough and a wild night, and the road full of fallen branches and stones. But little by little, as you left their voices behind, the stars began to burn through the sheets of clouds, and there was a new voice which you slowly recognized as your own, that kept you company as you strode deeper and deeper into the world, determined to do the only thing you could do, determined to save the only life you could save. Oh, I get chills even now when I read it. It's a lovely poem. The phrase that I like in there that most chimes with me is finding your own voice. Finding that you have something to say and noticing that you say it in a particular way, and it's yours. It's yours. It's you. That's important. But it's no point in just recognizing it. You have to follow it. You have to do it. That's what this journey is about. It's a journey that you only begin when you recognize that all the voices that have been shouting at you and demanding your attention actually should be subservient to your own voice. It's not being selfish in having your own voice. It doesn't mean that you dismiss everybody else. It certainly doesn't mean that. But say what you have to say and hope that maybe, just maybe, what you have to say will encourage somebody else suddenly to find that they have a voice as well. And the more individual voices we have, the more of a choir we have. And when we have a choir, like this morning, the birds, the morning chorus, it's wonderful. It swells and it becomes something almost tangible. And that, for me, is what finding a voice is all about. Looking back on your childhood, it's often a fraught thing. But it's also sometimes a healthy thing, because it can, if you want it to, inform something of what you've become. I did very, very badly in final exams at school for all sorts of reasons, most of them to do with home life and so on. I felt dim, I felt slow, inadequate, if you like. Why is it that we don't bring our children up to believe that you may not pass your exams, you may not go to university, but it doesn't mean you're stupid. You have talent, you have abilities, you have genius even. And I realized that late. I mean, I have passed exams since that time. I've passed lots of exams, but I don't measure myself by that. And I don't wish to measure myself by that. I used to believe I was dim. Persuaded, in fact. Quite sure. But you know something? I'm not. Never was. Neither brainless nor convinced of it. My foolishness was and remains the wisdom of this time and place we share, this generous earth, its warm breeze, this tree aloe, this welcoming, whispering intelligence of bats and owls in the darkness. No adornment here, no mere standing upright side by side, but rather a simple unity. We are one. Madness groans elsewhere, cawing and wheezing along another pernicious freeway of ambition, promotion, wealth toward its bleak, inexorable end. Not me, though. No, I'm not that stupid, not that dim, not now, never was. When I wrote this poem, it was kind of a cleansing for me. It was a catharsis. And it's something now I believe in. I'm glad it's happened. Sudden realization that what you've been doing all your life is wrong. But the bright light is what opens the eyes, opens the heart. I feel welcome here. It's a strange sense. But I'm not surprised, you know, I knew I would be. I don't feel at home where the cars are rushing by, or where I'm stuck in traffic, or where there's a lot of noise going on around me. That doesn't make me feel at home. But this does. And I know some people would find this a little daunting, because they've forgotten, if they ever knew, what the connection is. I'll never forget. That bird has reminded me of the fact as well. Listen to it. The fact that it is whistling to me now and I'm here to listen, that's what matters. That's presence. It's Wendell Berry talking about coming into the presence of still water, the peace of wild things. That's what this is. John Lennon's son, Julian, also a musician. One of his songs, whose title I can't remember, but whose final line I can, has really moved me quite deeply. It finishes, "What will I think of me the day that I die?" I find that echoing round in my head. What will I think of me the day that I die? And I hope that what I think of me when I die is going to be not that I regret having done things or regret not having done things, but that I will think I did my best. I did my best, and I said what needed to be said in the best way that I could. I try, and I think it's a healthy thing to try, to do what you can, to say what you can, and not to not say something just because somebody else might disagree with it. I don't mean rant, I don't mean preach, I don't mean lecture. I just mean say it and let people know that this is where you stand. It's where I stand. And this is something I value, and I think we all should value.
I like that. What will I think of me?
I have a poem that I wrote for my grandson. And when he was born, I wrote a poem called What I Wish for You. I wrote it for Charlie, but of course it is a wish for all humanity. It's a wish for all my grandchildren, and by extension, their children, their grandchildren, everybody. It's a wish for the world. I'll read you a bit of that if that's okay. What I wish for you. For you, I choose the humblest things, immortal things, essential things, not things at all. Spurning screen glare, lavish cars and fancy phones, whatever bits of instant uselessness define the world you live in after this. I wish you home and family and friends, and friends, and friends, your friends, true friends. And then, the best, the very best. It's always yet to come. I wish for you the safest of clean worlds, with flora, fauna, peace and freedom as brethren, where passion, gratitude and kindness sprout and grow like thistles, where head and heart combine to spell success, where money's fine but never, never all, and most your fullest vivid self, little one, whatever may befall, in all that you can do or be. For this is love, your birthright, and all the truth you'll ever need. So live long, live full, love deep, go well.
That was awesome.
Thanks for watching our film. Every story we've made is possible thanks to the support of our patrons. And if you'd like to continue to support us to make stories that explore the infinite beauty of being human, sign up on Patreon. Thanks.
that was pretty inspiring. All right. Meditating. I was watching that wise quote video for an hour. Well, I was listening to it. Meditate. Took a little cat nap while that was happening. I wonder if my Bluetooth is still active. It is. I'm gonna play some music. And I'm gonna go inside, put that away, and then come back outside. So I'll be back. The greatest thing about this is I can now listen to my music. All right. I'll be back. You all are hearing piano music. I'm hearing Honey's music. Oh, microphone's dying. It's time to switch it out. I love the fact that I have this ability now with my my tablet. Somebody shine a light. You can't even hear it. I'm like my honey song. Somebody made me feel alive and shine me. Coming from the light, dizzy spinning endlessly. Somebody made me feel alive. Alright, I'm gonna finish watching that movie. I'm gonna play some game music.
Nice.
Yep. Ooh, somebody switched back to a flip phone. Wow. the most effective thing this is going to work with is when I'm watching something and playing a video game, and you all listen to music. So let's see. I'm going to open up File Explorer. That's funny. I gotta like rewind this thing back. This is funny.
I'm Dr. Teresa Bullard, and this is Mystery Teachings. Is it possible to travel beyond our physical body while we're still alive here on Earth? Is this something we can learn to do consciously? And if so, what mysteries might it reveal to us? Astral travel is defined as the art and science of expanding our consciousness to travel beyond the body and often to the stars. We have this ability to do this because we are infinite spiritual beings. We are multidimensional beings. Astral travel is a natural part of our experience as spiritual beings, operating this vehicle that we call a physical body. We all astral travel naturally, but most of the time we aren't conscious of it. Let me share with you a personal story about some of my early encounters with astral travel. I learned about some of my earliest experiences with it from stories that my mom shared with me that I really had no conscious memory of. But apparently, when I was just a 3-month-old baby, my mom had several waking dreams where she'd look up and she'd see that I was flying in circles over their bed. She'd tell me, "Come back down."
You all are hearing music. I'm listening to a movie or watching a movie. Nothing matters. That was funny. Chotopukaki? Chopotokaki? Is that the name of that It's a monster, apparently. I would call it Chototo-reiki. Chototo-reiki. Now we're gonna test something. I'm loving my tablet even more now, because I can do so much more stuff with my tablet now. Like open up the field of possibilities with whole new ability to like watch, like a multitask on it. I mean, my computer can do the same thing. It's just over there doing their cool stuff. You're hearing music. I'm watching a movie, you all get to watch, play, and hear music. Joe Now we're playing Dead by Daylight. Wow, that sounded... Whoa. That was crazy. I heard the sound like behind me. I was like, whoa. Like I'm hearing like spatial audio. What's going on? Why is it taking forever to load the game? This is so cool now. Now that I can use my AirPods to listen to stuff, and you all can listen to music, and I can play games. So cool. Now that I know about this function on my tablet, oh my god, opens up a whole realm of other possibilities. Well, that's what happens when you are not paying attention. Oh boy. Guess I have to rewatch this movie. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's like dead. watch that later. Get the gym done, people. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. I'm gonna quickly eat.
gonna be this way. Your job to joke, you broke, you love my deal, hey. Looks like you. I'm watching Friends.
Alright, I'll be back.
Yeah. I'm watching friends playing Dead by Daylight, whoever's here, and listening to Mega Man X3 music. These damn zombies are coming this way. Chandler is screwing up a lot. He rearranged some stuff and Moneta's like gonna freak out. He's like freaking out right now. Oh shit. Oh, I should have jumped over that damn window. Seeing I could fake him. Oh well. You all should still be able to hear me. This guy again? I'm dead. No. 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 Shit. I'm dead. Man, he picked on me. Is this generator almost done? Or is it done? Oh my god. Come and pick me up, somebody. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Go, go, go. We gotta move, we gotta move. Holy shit. Good save, dude. Good save. Oh my god. That's funny. Ah, shit. I'll put some music back on for y'all in a moment. Let's see what we're gonna listen to. Bam, 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 bam. Down, down, down. Down, 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 down. Bam, 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 bam. He wants a piece of me. He wants a piece of me. No. Holy shit. Wow. Janine. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? He thinks he's losing his touch with women. Nemesis. Oh my god. Down 5 survivors near a pallet. Heal 2 survivors from the dying state. What the hell? From the dying state. Wait, is that the dying state? Shit, that person's dead. Channel of you. I'm sorry. No! 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 What the hell? What's up with this guy? We're interfacing. Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Damn! Nope, it's over. The dream is over! No! No! Come on, other person, get your ass over here! Is this the dying state? I'm sure it is. I think this is the dying state. Move, 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 move. Oh no! Oh damn! Oh shit! Fucking nemesis! We're on like the run, people. We on that run. We're on that run, people. We're on that run. Let's go. Let's go. We on that run, people. He after us. No, he found me. He lost me. Oh yeah. No. No. Bro, stop doing that. Pick me up and kill me, bro. Damn. Wow, he's not done, like shit, man. We gotta finish that gen. Go to this gen. Go to this gen. Oh my god. Let's get some music going. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Oh my god. He killed that girl, but he left us too. No! Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Let's do it. Yo! What the fuck? No! Oh my god, he's leaving me again. What? Damn, son. Did I get one? I did get one from a dying state. Okay. Can I go in here? No, I can't. It's dry. It's dry. Oh my god, I'm gonna get worried. Come on, Hatch. Show up, show up, show up. I'm gonna get worried. I'm gonna get worried. God, Hatch, show up right in front of me. No! No! Ugh. Poor Kate. Damn you. Or what's wrong with your old human teeth? Oh. TV. Baby! His teeth are so white. Oh my god, it's crazy. Aw, this map, yuck. Yuck. Phoebe's like, demon, demon! Demon, demon, demon! Shit. Killer coming this way. Hoy! Why? Nope. 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 Ba 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 da ba 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 ba. He turned into a bot, really? Ah! Oh god. Ah! It's Ralph Lauren. And he's just standing there with them in the middle of the elevator. Ah! Whoa, 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 whoa. No! It's Ghostface. It's the Ghostface. Yo, let's go with the save. With the save, boy. Ross is like, He's hiding his teeth. I don't think I'm gonna make it to that bot. I'm gonna not make it to that bot. Nope, I'm not making to that bot. No! No, I'm not. Joey's like, feeling like he's turning into a woman. No! No! Oh! No! I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. No! No! We're swapping hooks. Alright. Let's see. Xenogare. Would you like to move over to the couch? One. No! Oh! Whoa! Whoa! We're gonna swap. We're gonna swap. Who's gonna swap? We gonna swap. We gotta move. We gotta move. Move, 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 move. We got to move. It's Ralph Lauren again. This one's dangerous. Oh! Whoa! Damn! She got snatched. She got snatched. This is where that perk would come in handy. No! Shit. I'm gonna get worried. I'm gonna get worried. Just do it. Just do it. No! Oh no, half is right there. Oh, he gave it to me. Nice. Nice. He gave me that one. I heard the hatch too. I was like, okay, what do we got going on? $150. I already have 200. Told me life was gonna be this way. I need. Wait. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. And when it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or even your year, but I'll be. So I need 600. So. Let's see. 150. PlayStation. He has his PlayStation 1. Janine. How you got 3 women to marry you? I'll never know. A trifle. She's making a trifle, and she's gonna screw it up. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving! Oh, we got the clown. Ha 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 ha. Whoa, ha 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 ha. Yeah, I blew it up. Let's go, 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 Claire, let's go. Hiya, yeah. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Holy hell. Damn clown. Oh shit, he knew I was here? Yo! Shit, she... Oh my god. What the hell is going on? It's over. The dream is over. If that guy if he dies, it's over. It's over. Bro, don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god, it's over. Dream's over. No. Once he hooks everybody, that's it. It's over. Basement? Yep. Basement. I'm dead. Wow. He beat us up. Wow. We were actually doing so good. That was a terrible game. Gonna change music for now. Trifle? Hey, that person's name is Saiyan Safer. How dare you use my name, boy? Using my race's name as your name? An underscore? You put an underscore under your name? Ugh. Oh, go face! Come on, come on. Somebody gonna get that dude? Oh. Come on, come on. Okay, got him. Thank God. Shit. Go. The doors are right there. Oh my God. I'm exposed. Be good. Be good. Be good. Custard good. Jam good. Meat good. Oh damn. Oh damn. Let's go. Let's go. Son of a bitch. I'm gonna get him. Go, 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 Mo, 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 Mo! Oh! Oh! Shit. No! Damn! The game got a little laggy here. Come on, get your ass over here. Get your asses over here. We gotta go. We gotta move, 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 move. Get your asses over here. Yeah, I'm not. Get out, get out, get out. Run, 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 move. Yeah, we got out. I'm rank 4? Wow. Hold on, I'm going to... That's a lot of information. I love Jacques Cousteau. I wanna go! Joey's like, I wanna go! But I think Jacques Cousteau is dead. Chandler gets the wonderful human being thing. Oh, Chandler. Nope, I got those yours too. Joey eating all the Rachel's beef trifle, or her English trifle. Christmas time for them. Oh, where's my dress? Oh, I gotta go in the rift. I know. We'll fix our dress. The glitch. The glitch. That's a glitch. There we go. Whoa, 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 whoa! What the hell did I walk into here? No one told me life was gonna be this. What the hell? That shit can ricochet like that? What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. And when it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or your year, but I'll be there for you. Damn, Bubba. Escape 3 within 10 seconds of using a void crystal. Okay. Oh, my AirPods are starting to die. Yep, one of my AirPods just died. Is there any gin over here? Nope. Shit, he is after me. What the? Oh my god. Come on. To the void. We got out. We got out. It was a dry day. Got some bubble gum still in my head. We got that gum. We got that gum on her head. Shit. Yeah, boy. Oh my god, I can't be healed. Can't be healed, I can't be healed. I can't be healed. Not till that bar goes away. They're looking for the presence of Monica Hyatt. Ah! Thank you, Alex Uchiha. Why, Chandler? Why? Why? Why, Chandler? Why? Why? Oh. You think you're smart for putting a little clone in here? Get the hell out of here. Is it raining? Is it raining? Ah ha ha! Maybe I can heal you. I can heal you. I'm behind you, foo. Foo, ya foo. I'm right here, you foo, you foo. Stop running. This guy thinks he's smart by putting this phone up here. Ah, damn. Man, he... Die, you son of a... Yeah! Go, girl. Come on, Alex Uchiha, where are you? Shit. Ah! Go on, Alex Uchiha. Open that door! Open the door! Open the door! I'm gonna hold him off, Alex Uchiha. I got you. I got you. Go open the door. Oh, shit. Go, go, go. Get out. Get out, Alex Uchiha. No. Open the door, foo. Get out, you foo, you foo. Why wouldn't you open the door, man? Don't come back for me. Don't come back for me. On the other side? Yeah, just go, go, go. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Go, go, go. No, 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 no. Just leave, 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 leave. One. Nice. GG. GG. Okay. Close the gate.
It was raining for a moment.
It was raining for a moment.
Keep forgetting that the microphone's right here, but
I'm like stepping away from it.
All right. Should be the last one.
I still have my AirPods in my ears. Cool beans. Chandler and Monica are, they're not Chandler and Monica. Ross and Monica are dancing in the New Year's Eve Dick Clark Rockin' special. I can't believe it's raining. We're gonna play Final Fantasy VIII. Thethos. Lusek. Thethos. Vinosec. Thethos. Thethos. Lusek. Thethos. Vinosec. Down. Get back over here. Can you just like stay and heal, do this thing with me? Like, come on. Oh my god, it's the same. This damn killer again? He got me! Wow! Hit me with that garbage? How dare he ruin my jersey? or my outfit. I did use those, perfect. Nice. Mind games. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Mind games. Oh, good job. GG. Well, oh, killer's right there. What the hell? You start healing me and then you don't bother to heal me? Come on. Fuck. Damn, this generator got fucked. I'm dead. He's after me. Why is he after me? What? Come on. Bullshit. Oh. Funny that the AirPods died right as the episode finished. Can we get a heal, please? Why me? What the fuck? Bro, what the hell? I'm dead. I'm gonna have to hold him off. Basement down here? Nope. Basement's not here. Oh, it is here. Nice. We have one more gen left. Shit, I fucked up. Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. Rubber banding. Damn, game, what the fuck are you doing? Stop lagging. Live stream's at 708 minutes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm dead. Yo, whoa. Nope, dead. Game is just lagging. Why now? Fine, no big deal. GG. Cool. All right. I'm gonna see how fast I can get everything in. All right. It said it was supposed to rain today at 4 to 5, but it didn't rain at 4 to 5. It rained right now. Do do do, one for you. Do 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 do. Oh my gosh.
my clothes is like right here. See, tangles after tangles after tangles. I should at 7-Eleven. Tomorrow's jump rope day. Alexa, what's the weather tomorrow?
Tomorrow in Toronto, there will be lots of clouds with a high of 11 degrees Celsius and a low of 1 degree.
Every day, like every night, it's getting colder. It's crazy. Like 1 degree now. Yesterday was like tonight's 2 degrees. I'll do my official wrap up but I'll stay on for a couple minutes. I'm gonna go watch that movie that I was attempting to watch. Put the tablet there. See how fast it can bring everything in. Putting it away doesn't take as long as bringing it out. Well, getting used to the cold, but not, I mean, when I'm not focusing on the cold, like, I mean, my feet are freezing, but maintain that threshold of let's see, 7:13. All right, we got a minute. Well, thank you all so much for coming on today. I'll just do that quickly. That can go that way, and then that. Oops. Come on, hurry up. Gotta do the wrap up. All right. Well, thank you all so much for coming on today. I appreciate it. Yeah, tomorrow is gonna be jump rope day. Do my best to do it outside. Had to let go of some frustration today, some venting, and yeah, gotta tap into that version of me who's already completed everything and stay in alignment. But in any event, I love you all very, very much. Make sure you remember that you are the ultimate revealer of your reality. Everything you desire is truly here and now. Creation is finished, and may your heart be your guiding key. Love you. Bye. I didn't get it in time. Oh well. I didn't get it in time. What the hell is this? What the heck is this stuff? All right, give me a moment.